Chapter 1685. 11 warships floated above the floating imperial city. All the nobles were invited to kneel outside the city. This scene perfectly reproduced the 24th deduction diagram drawn in the future pavilion. Unbelievable. Jun Changshao was also shocked. Who was the expert who assisted the ancestors of the Blue Waves Empire 10,000 years ago? He actually drew this scene without any deviation, as if he was on the scene. On the scene. Jun Changshao hurriedly released his spiritual sense and shrouded the imperial city. When the disciples of the sect of all times moved out together, the warriors of other cities arrived one after another after seeing the warships, so there were a lot of people gathered outside the city at this moment, which just happened to match the deduction diagram. What are you looking for? Transmigrator. If it was just a text prophecy, Jun Changshao could still express his understanding, but even the scene that happened today could be drawn accurately. Perhaps, the original body was on the scene and then transmigrated to draw everything. The system was speechless. The host's imagination is really big. Jun Changshao's current strength was extremely powerful. In an instant, it covered thousands of miles around the imperial city, carefully screening every warrior, not even letting go of the flowers and trees. Because of the hot environment in the Scarlet Hell world, the skin of the women was mostly wheat-colored, which looked very charming. Unfortunately, Jun Changshao's mind was not here, and he kept looking for suspicious people. Yes. Suddenly, he saw a black-robed man whose face could not be seen clearly on a hill 100 miles away from the city. With Jun Changshao's strength, he was absolutely invincible in the Scarlet Hell world, but he couldn't see his true appearance with his spiritual sense. There must be a big problem. Appeared? Was there a monster on the scene? Is it him? Just as he was about to get up and fly over, he found that the hill was empty. Where is he? Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. He had locked onto the black-robed man from all directions and would never let his guard down, but he just couldn't see him. It was as if he had encountered a ghost. Ding! Congratulations to the host for dominating the Scarlet Hell world. Ding! It is within the scope of the main mission, progress 1%. Suddenly, a crisp prompt sounded in his ear. Fuck! Jun Changshao was dumbfounded again. Many people guessed that Go Sheng was helping Wuxia on a mission. No, there was no mission at all. He simply wanted to help a weak girl regain the authority and dignity that belonged to the royal family and earn some extra money while he was at it. However, today, he had captured all the marquises in a thunderous manner and dominated the Scarlet Hell sector. It was too sudden. He was caught off guard. Conquering the Scarlet Hell is in line with the main quest. Progress, 1%. Did this mean that he still had to conquer other planes? Did it mean that there were still 99 other planes waiting for him? Fuck, Go Sheng hugged the dog's head, despair written all over his face. If it was really as he had guessed, conquering existential planes one by one and completing the main mission would definitely be more difficult and time-consuming than developing a sect. Moreover, this was taking 100% as an example. What if it was 1000%, or even 10,000%? I knew it. Jun Changshao howled in his heart, a brand new main storyline mission will definitely not be as simple as the introduction says. The host should be happy. The system said, at least I know how to complete the main quest. Happy your grandma's leg. Jun Changshao roared, conquering a plane only gives me 1%. How many planes do I have to conquer to complete this? In fact, the system was right. At least he knew how to complete the main quest. However, what made Go Sheng break down was that who could guarantee that the next plane he conquered would be within the scope of the mission and meet the requirements. That's true. The system said, I sympathize. Conquering the Scarlet Hell sector gave him an example and provided him with an idea. However, there were countless existential planes in the vast universe. Who was within the scope of the mission and who was not? Sigh. Jun Changshao looked up at the sky and sighed. It was not easy to get rid of the main quest of developing a sect, and now he was given another mission to conquer all the major existential planes. If he had a choice, he would rather continue to develop the sect, at least in a fixed area and a fixed development, unlike now where he still had to wander around. I think it's normal. The system said, the first 2 missions are aimed at developing the sect. After the host completes them, it is inevitable that you will lead your disciples to conquer the universe. Jun Changshao was silent. Mr. Jun, at this moment, Wuxia asked in a low voice, what are you thinking about? Jun Changshao came back to his senses and said, these rebels have been captured. His Majesty will decide whether to kill them or punish them. Next, this humble one will integrate all the kingdoms and make them completely submit to the Blue Waves Empire. Go Sheng was very efficient in handling matters. On the same day, he ordered his disciples to go to the leaderless kingdoms and force them to hand over all their rights and obey the orders of the Blue Waves Empire. Those who resisted would be killed without mercy. Jun Changshao's cold side was completely revealed, and it gave some readers a chance to dig up dirt on him. A general success is built on the bones of thousands. Standing on the top floor of the imperial capital, Go Sheng looked at the distant sky and said with emotion, my actions today will be judged by future generations. With absolute means, Wuxia quickly obtained the power and military strength of the various kingdoms. Later, she listened to her teacher's suggestion and removed the enfeoffment system that had existed for tens of thousands of years and changed it to a county system, thus strengthening the centralization of power. Wasn't the plot very familiar? Yes, Jun Changshao adopted the political system of the Qin dynasty after the unification of the 6 kingdoms. After all the feudal lords were killed and imprisoned, the chaotic era of feudal lords that had lasted for nearly 1,000 years came to an end. Under the support of Jun Changshao, the precarious Blue Waves Empire rose again. As for how long it could last, it was no longer a matter of concern. The general trend of the world, after being separated for a long time, it would unite, and after being united for a long time, it would divide. He could be the savior, but he couldn't be the eternal savior. Sir. Wuxia saluted and said, many thanks for your help. My Blue Waves Empire can continue. No need to thank me. Jun Changshao said, if you want to thank someone, you should thank the expert who assisted your ancestor. Honestly speaking, the reason why Go Sheng helped Wuxia was partly because of the resources and partly because of the deduction map. He was very curious. Was there really a great god in this world who could predict the future? See the future. I have already obtained the finances of the various kingdoms. How many first-class firestones does Sir need? This, give me as you see fit. A few days later. All the creatures in the Scarlet Hell world looked up at the sky and made a gesture of worship. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 11 warships lowered their anchors and slowly merged into the depths of space. The Scarlet Hell world was just a very ordinary station in the starry sky for the sect of all times. When everything was done, it was inevitable to leave. As for Wuxia, she was just a very ordinary passerby on Jun Changshao's life. When she appeared, there were actually readers who thought that he wanted to start a harem. Weren't they thinking too highly of Go Sheng? Or were they reading too many novels? As long as a female character appeared, even if the supporting roles and extras were not confirmed, they would think that there would be some love and hate between them. Could it be that there was no pure friendship between men and women, between people? Are they leaving? When the 11 warships disappeared into the sky, the black-robed man appeared again and whispered, I was almost discovered by him. No. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. You have been discovered. The black-robed man hurriedly turned around and saw Jun Changshao standing behind him with a very cheap smile on his face. Leave a hole. He shrugged and said, it's not my character. Chapter 1686. The 11 battleships left, but Jun Changshao didn't, because he was still thinking about the mysterious man in black. He released his spiritual senses to cover most of the Scarlet Hell world. At first, he didn't have much hope, but when he was about to leave, he accidentally discovered something. This was a trap. He had to get rid of it before leaving. Sigh. The black-robed man sighed and then turned around. Although he was facing Jun Changshao, he kept his head down, making it difficult to see his face. Who are you? I'm from Jianghu. This answer was a bit too general. Strictly speaking, Jun Changshao was also from Jianghu. Anyone who knew martial arts was considered a Jianghu person. Jun Patriarch. The black-robed man said, "It's fate that we can meet in the Scarlet Hell world. It seems that you know me." Jun Changshao had never told Wuxia that he was the master of a sect, but this person called him Jun Patriarch. Things were probably not as simple as he thought. The black-robed man shook his head and said, "I know you in the future, but I don't know you now." In the future? Now. Jun Changshao seemed to have understood something and said, "You came from the future." Ha ha ha. The black-robed man laughed and said, "As expected of Jun Patriarch, you hit the nail on the head." Whoosh! At this moment, a big hand with a strong force pressed down. The black-robed man didn't expect Jun Changshao to suddenly attack. He was caught off guard and was directly pressed to the ground, the side of his face intimately touching the ground. Pretending to be mysterious. Go Xing grabbed with one hand and tore off the other's black robe, revealing an ordinary and unfamiliar male face. He had never seen it before. He didn't know it. Jun Changshao instantly came to a conclusion. Of course, he wouldn't give up just like that. He put his 5 fingers on his face and scratched it hard. Jun Patriarch. You're being rude. The black-robed man who was pressed to the ground did not resist. Bright red scratch marks gradually appeared on his face. After confirming that this fellow wasn't wearing a human skin mask, Jun Changshao lifted him up and said, "I don't like to listen to nonsense, so I hope you can be honest and lenient." Confess what? Who are you? Zhang San. Boom. Jun Changshao pressed him to the ground again and said coldly, "Why don't you call yourself Li Si?" Li Si is my friend. Go Xing thought that the other party was not cooperating and was even deliberately playing with him. So, he immediately used the method of torturing Shi Jingxian and smashed her up and down, left and right. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. After a while, the black-robed man lay in the pit with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He said, "Don't think that I can't beat you. I've just been letting you win. Fuck you." Boom. 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 In the end, the black-robed man couldn't resist and fainted gloriously. Whoosh! Jun Changshao picked him up and then said goodbye to Wuxia in the Imperial City. Then, he broke through the void and flew away from the Scarlet Hell world. Although Sir has left, we should remember his great kindness. Come, cast bronze statues in the major cities for future generations to worship. Yes. Blue Waves Calendar, Year 1, Year 2020, January 23. The Eternal Pirates led by Jun Changshao sailed away from the Scarlet Hell world. Statues of him were soon erected in the major cities. His deeds of turning the tide would also be recorded in history. Whoosh! Whoosh! 11 warships traversed the universe at an extremely fast speed. The disciples in charge of the drive device placed first-class fire stones in the array to replace the Dao stones. In order to thank Jun Changshao for helping the rise of the royal family, Wuxia generously gave him 200 million. Of course. Go Xing really didn't take any advantage this time. Because at this moment, in the military drill ground outside the imperial capital, thousands of Diablo were neatly arranged. The soldiers were carrying out daily checks and adjustments. Although the major vassals had been dealt with, there might be accidents, so Jun Changshao left these mechas behind, hoping that they could help Wuxia suppress everything at any time. Was it a loss to exchange 200 million first-class fire stones for 1,000 Diablo? Putting aside the level of saving the Blue Waves Empire and thousands of lives, did Jun Changshao consider exchanging something of equal value for it? Right or wrong, the public would judge, and the readers would judge. Come. In the large cafeteria of the Eternal, Jun Changshao raised his bowl and said, for obtaining a large amount of energy this time, cheers. The disciples who had participated in the integration of the major vassals raised their wine glasses one after another, and the warm atmosphere in the worship became more intense. Junior brother Yi. Su Xiaomua said, "Come, let's drink." Yi Xingqian's expression was very interesting. Before occupying the body of the demon ancestor, he would definitely not refuse, but now, scared. No way. Come. Come. Yi Xingqian raised his bowl and drank it in one gulp. Then, he collapsed on the ground in a flash. Jun Changshao, who was sitting at the side, saw this and shook his head. After changing bodies, he can't hold his liquor anymore. He didn't drink much, as he still had to interrogate the black-robed man who called himself Zhang San. Patriarch. That guy escaped from prison. In the cabin used to temporarily hold prisoners, Jun Changshao looked at the scattered ropes on the ground and said with a broken expression, "There are all kinds of array systems in the warship, how did he escape?" Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "There are words on the wall." Jun Changshao turned around and saw words written on the side of the cabin. The content was the upper universe is in an era of great change, and people like Jun Patriarch are needed to lead the charge. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the underworld. Fuck. Go Xing cursed, meet again in the underworld, my ass. It took him a lot of effort to catch that guy, but he escaped without getting anything out of him. Of course he was unhappy. Host, haven't you noticed? What did you notice? The words left on the wall are similar to the words on the deduction diagram. Jun Changshao was startled and hurriedly took out the photo he took in the future pavilion. After careful comparison, he was sure that it was not similar, but exactly the same. This meant that it was done by the same person. He is the expert who helped the ancestor of the Blue Waves Empire unify the Scarlet Prison world. The black-robed man suddenly disappeared, and Jun Changshao couldn't get any useful information. However, from the words left in the deduction diagram, he concluded that it was the same person. What did this mean? It meant that the previous guess of a transmigrator was most likely true. The upper universe is in an era of great change. Jun Changshao looked at the words on the wall again and then rolled his eyes. What does it have to do with me? Why should I lead the charge? How the universe changed had nothing to do with him. Now, the invited task was to meet up with his life and death brothers, and then fight their way to the star spirit world together. A month later. On the starry sky map, a never-before-seen plane appeared again. Just from the light spots, it was obviously bigger than the Scarlet Prison world. Patriarch. Shengguan Xinyao asked, "Do you want to go in?" Go in. Going to the Scarlet Prison world originated from the first plane discovered after the interstellar journey. This time, after understanding the rules of the main mission, he naturally wanted to take a look. Maybe he could accidentally increase it by 99%. Of course. The system said, "Host, you will definitely successfully complete the main mission this time." Whoosh! Whoosh! 11 battleships quickly arrived outside the new plane, and Jun Changshao took a few disciples and blended in. Everything is as expected. In the endless universe, the black-robed man who disappeared gradually appeared. A meaningful smile appeared on his ordinary face, and then he gradually disappeared, leaving behind a huge void pit. Chapter 1687. Boom! Boom! A deafening explosion came from the desolate land, and the entire sky seemed to be trembling. After a while, everything stopped. two figures gradually appeared in the dust-filled area. They were 1,000 feet away from each other, and everything around them had turned into nothingness. The camera panned to an extremely far distance. The space and ground within tens of thousands of miles collapsed. The scene was too horrible to look at. Obviously, the two were fighting. Because of the high intensity, the plane seemed to be experiencing the end of the world. Ha ha ha. When the dust completely dissipated, the white-haired old man laughed and said, "After cultivating for so many years, your strength still hasn't improved." "Same to you." The black-haired old man opposite him said coldly. "You've already used your trump card, and mine." The white-haired old man raised his right hand, and his turbid eyes suddenly turned cold. "I haven't used it yet." The black-haired old man frowned slightly, and then said disapprovingly, "I'll see what you've learned in the past few hundred years. Watch carefully." The white-haired old man looked up and raised his hands high, making a gesture similar to a sacrifice. Then, his eyes gradually widened. The black-haired old man looked calm on the surface, but he was actually a little flustered, so he kept his vigilance high. In the end, the other party kept staring, and even stared straight, but did not attack. Fuck. Come on. No. There was a special aura pressing down from above. The black-haired old man finally realized. He hurriedly looked up, and then widened his eyes like the white-haired old man. From their vision, they could clearly see that the space above the sky was stirred by some kind of force, gradually forming a huge vortex. The scene was magnificent. The sudden change also alarmed all the living beings in this plane. They all looked up and saw the natural phenomenon. They were deeply shocked. Could it be that a supreme treasure has appeared? Let's go. Swoosh. 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 In an instant, the top experts of this plane flew over and gathered outside the vortex in the shortest time possible. At such a close distance, that kind of shocking aura was even stronger than before. What kind of supreme treasure is it? The various martial artists guessed in their hearts and realized that when the supreme treasure appeared, there would be a fierce battle. You all. At this moment, the two old men who were fighting earlier flew over and said in unison, "Scram." It was just 3 words, but they contained the most profound meaning. It shook everyone to the point that their blood was roiling, and they almost couldn't resist falling from the sky. Old Ancestor Tianyang. Old Ancestor of Earth Yin. The expressions of the experts present changed. If one were to ask who was the strongest in this plane, the first thing that came to everyone's mind was Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin. With the 2 old monsters here, if we dare to snatch it, we'll definitely die a tragic death. He's gone, he's gone. The martial artists who were originally filled with hot-blooded blood immediately flew away. If he couldn't afford to offend them, he had to hide. The major powers were unconvinced and continued to stand outside the vortex. One of the experts with status said coldly, "Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are obtained by fate." The 2 seniors should have heard of this before, right? It seems like you don't plan to scram. The white-haired old man's eyes turned cold, and his killing intent and anger leaked out. This gaze was a bit frightening, startling that expert to the point that cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He thought to himself, this old fellow's strength has increased again. The various forces were not willing to leave just like that, and the 2 top powerhouses were not willing to compromise. The atmosphere instantly became somber. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a stream of light flew out from the vortex. Supreme treasure. It had appeared. Everyone started to move. However, when they saw that the stream of light had transformed into a beautiful woman dressed in white, they were instantly stunned. With such a huge commotion, many people guessed that it was a heavenly material and earthly treasure. In the end, a person flew out from inside. This was absolutely unexpected. So beautiful. A fairy descending to the mortal world. The martial artists who were hiding in the distance were all dumbfounded. The woman who suddenly appeared had black hair that flowed down like a waterfall. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was delicate, her face was sparkling like jade, her skin was like ice and snow, and her figure was graceful and slender. She could be said to be extremely beautiful. Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin were also stunned. At their age, they were already immune to beauty. However, they were still amazed that there was such a stunning woman in this world. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, another 2 streams of light flew out from the huge vortex. They were 2 young men. One of them had an imposing appearance, while the other was arrogant and cold. "Did you come here to welcome us knowing that we're coming?" From his tone, it was not hard to tell that he was the captain of the Eternal Pirate Group, Gongsun Di Go Sheng. Standing beside him was Yaya Xingchen. As for the beautiful woman in white, she was the eldest disciple of the sect of all times, Lu Qianqian. Jun Changshao and Yi Xingchen roared, "Why was she so normal when she introduced us? Why did she have to add some foreign names when she introduced us?" "You are an expert," cautioned. There were no heavenly materials or earthly treasures in the whirlpool. Instead, 2 men and a woman flew in. The sense of mystery was too strong. "Your humble servant is Jun Changshao." Go Sheng cupped his hands and said, "I came uninvited today because I want to dominate this plane." After discovering the rules of the main mission, he planned to use the simplest method, which was to use his strength to intimidate the planes he passed by, thus triggering the mission conditions. Of course, he would not be an invader, nor would he snatch their resources. All he needed was recognition. "Humph." Patriarch Tianyang said coldly, "Dominate my mountain river realm? You sure talk big." The experts of the various forces were also very unhappy, but seeing that the top experts had taken the initiative to speak, they would definitely not steal the limelight. Jun Changshao released his spiritual sense and scanned all the warriors present. After confirming that the white-haired old man and the black-haired old man were the strongest, he grinned and said, "Do you want to fight?" Finding a top expert to fight and win, this was the so-called recognition with strength. To put it bluntly, Go Sheng came here for one purpose, to fight. "Come." Patriarch Tianyang said, "Fight." He had fought with Patriarch Earth Yin for tens of thousands of years, and his blood was filled with fighting spirit. Since someone suddenly came to fight today, he would definitely fight to the end. "The 2 of you are quite strong. To save time, come at me together," Jun Changshao said. Heavenly Yang and Earth Yin were instantly enraged. The 2 of them were considered top experts in the mountain river realm. They had always fought one against many, but today they were outnumbered. Who were they looking down on? "As for you guys." Jun Changshao looked at the warriors of the various forces and said, "Wash up and sleep." This guy was very arrogant, because only then could he stimulate the warriors of the mountain river realm and have a good fight with him. "Goodbye." Swoosh! 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 In an instant, all the forces gathered near the whirlpool left. For the treasures, they dared to fight Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin. Now that they knew that was not the case, they naturally had no interest in staying here. As for fighting, sorry, their backs are waiting to be dealt with. Seeing that they all ran away without looking back, Jun Changshao was speechless. Am I not arrogant enough? It was not that they were not arrogant enough, but as the strongest forces of the mountain river realm, Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin, the other forces naturally would not jump out. If Go Sheng dared to shout in front of them that he was going to invade the mountain river realm, he would probably be surrounded by them now. "Kid." Patriarch Tianyang said lightly, "Come and fight." Boom! The ground shook violently, and dust covered the sky. The camera slowly moved up, only to see Jun Changshao standing where Patriarch Tianyang was, ready to punch. He turned to look at Patriarch Earth Yin and grinned. "Are you ready?" Chapter 1688. Boom! The earth shook again, and dust flew up again. When everything calmed down, Earth Yin lay next to Heavenly Yang. The two brothers moved in unison, foaming at the mouth and twitching the corners of their mouths. Sigh. Jun Changshao, who was standing in the air, shook his head and said, "Too weak." He was not pretending. He was really disappointed that he could not have a good fight. Yi Xingchen was speechless. It was not that the two old men were weak, but that the patriarch was too strong. When could he be so strong and run amok in the upper universe? In terms of scale, the Mountain River realm was much larger than the Scarlet Hell realm, and its heaven and earth attributes were also extremely majestic. Its overall martial arts level was high, and the two strongest representatives, Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin, were even at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. However, they were nothing in front of Jun Changshao, who was a half-step divine secret realm. Who said that one would be bullied if they changed the map? Jun Changshao, who had flown away from the upper realm and started the era of space travel, broke the law with practical actions and explained what a real protagonist was. Do you admit defeat? Yes. Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin said with difficulty. Jun Changshao did not hit them hard, but the two brothers were very uncomfortable at the moment. The reason was that they had been fighting for the title of number one in the world for a long time, but they were defeated by an outsider. They were sad and uncomfortable. Go Xing squatted by the pit and said, "The path of martial arts is like an endless sea. If you want to cross the dangers to reach the other side, you need a lighthouse to guide you." Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin were a little confused. "And I," Jun Changshao said seriously, "am the lighthouse that stands tall in the stormy waves." Got it. This guy wants to recruit us. The scene of the captain of the first fleet of the Star Spirit realm coming to the upper realm and summoning thousands of truth-seeking realm cultivators was still vivid in Jun Changshao's mind, so he naturally had to bring enough people over. Although there were many martial artists in the Scarlet Hell realm, their overall martial arts strength was low and not suitable for boarding the ship. The two peak truth-seeking realm cultivators under his feet were undoubtedly the best candidates. One plane could recruit 2. 10 planes would be 20. 100 planes would be 200. 1,000 planes would be, Go Xing couldn't calculate it, but he could imagine that when the time came for him to lead his troops to the Star Spirit world, they would definitely be afraid. Alright, Heavenly Yang Earthly Hyper Technique, we are willing to treat you as our lighthouse. A wise man submits to circumstances. Jun Changshao nodded in satisfaction. He then retracted the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Jade Dragon Ask the Heaven Sword, AWM Sniper Rifles, and the Field Artillery on their heads. After taking care of the two top powerhouses of the Mountain River realm, he did not trigger the main mission. This meant that this place might not be within the scope of the mission. Fuck. Jun Changshao was on the verge of breaking down. The universe is so big, and the planes are so big. If you don't even give me a hint, who knows how long it'll take to complete it? I'm fine. The system comforted him, at least there's no time limit. Jun Changshao adjusted his bad mood and took Heavenly Yang Earthly Hyper Technique for a stroll in the Mountain River realm. His goal was to collect martial arts resources. The heaven and earth attribute of this plane was not weak, so it nurtured many high-grade ores that could be used as fuel for flight. Here came the problem. How could he obtain them? Jun Changshao could not rob them, because it was immoral. So after thinking about it, he decided to do business with the Mountain River realm, using items of equal value to exchange for ores. What do you have? I have body-shaping pills, soul-shaping pills, frost blade, true yang set, I have what they don't have. The system was speechless. Martial arts secret manuals could not be given to others, but pills, equipment, and treasures could. For example, the most common body-shaping pill. To the disciples of the sect of all times, they had to take it the moment they entered the sect. It could be said that it was very common. However, to others, it was comparable to a divine medicine. Naturally, they would spend a lot of money to buy it. Robbing was impossible. Only by selling pills in the plain could they make a living. City Lord, he spent 1 million Mountain River Spirit Stones to buy 100 body-shaping pills and 100 soul-shaping pills. Patriarch Lin spent 3 million Mountain River Spirit Stones to buy 10 high-grade cloud-piercing sabers and 5 pieces of true yang set. In the largest city of the Mountain River realm, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other disciples were disguised as shop assistants, recording the transactions and delivering items. They were extremely busy. The products of the system were definitely of high quality. The quality of the various pills and equipment was definitely top-notch. Patriarch. A few days later, Li Qingyang did an inventory. The total number of Mountain River Spirit Stones obtained from this public sale is 360 million. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao was very satisfied. First, they did not rob. Second, they did not steal. They relied on pills and equipment to get what they needed. Who could find fault with that? Let's go. Whoosh! Whoosh! That day, Jun Changshao left the Mountain River realm with Tianyang and Dean. He came softly, just as he left softly. He only took a few 100 million spirit stones with a wave of his hand. Of course, he took away a lot of martial arts resources, but he also left behind many benefits. For example, the various pills purchased by the various sects would definitely increase the overall strength of the younger generation, which would have a far-reaching impact. Thousands of years later, historians would leave behind this in the historical records, merit in the present, benefit in the future. The vast universe was endless. In the distant star spirit realm, battleships flew out one after another. Captain. A subordinate stood on the starry sky map in the cockpit with a serious expression. The main battleship of the First Fleet was destroyed in the upper realm. Why did it suddenly activate and travel through the universe? Very simple. The silver-haired man sitting on the chair played with a wine glass and said calmly, "Someone repaired it and mastered the method to activate it." According to the previous news, could the mecha technology of the sect of all times in the upper realm be theirs? Most likely. The captain took a sip of wine and said, "Lock onto the position of the main battleship." Locked onto. How long until we meet? About a year. The captain gently put down the wine glass and smiled coldly. For the sake of Gu Tianqing, we did not go against the upper realm. Now that they have taken the initiative to come out, they can't blame the star spirit realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of battleships cut through the void and traveled at high speed. Jun Changshao did not know that the Eternal he left the upper realm on and traveled through the endless universe, sending out some kind of signal at any time and place, which was captured by the star spirit realm. At this moment, he was sitting in the cockpit, considering whether to enter the third plane. Patriarch. Yi Xingqian said, "I'm willing to go down and investigate." Every plane was equivalent to a new map and a new dungeon. If he always let the Patriarch go in alone, how could he slowly become stronger through experience? Okay. Jun Changshao thought for a while and said, "You go." Whoosh! Under the powerful cover of the Patriarch's power, Yi Xingqian broke through the plane's spatial barrier and landed in the wilderness like a Terminator. Then, he was surrounded by a group of martial artists in different clothes. Humph. A bearded man said, "Demonis, are these the reinforcements you called for?" Yi Xingqian frowned slightly. There were thousands of martial artists gathered here. They were not surrounding him, but a heavily injured purple-clothed woman. "Sorry. I'm just passing by." Yi Xingqian tidied his clothes and strode out. Hero saving the beauty? No way. Chapter 1689. Everyone felt that Jun Changshao was very straightforward, but in fact, Yi Xingqian was even more straightforward. It was mainly because he spent most of his time on cultivation and didn't have the chance to show it, allowing Gou Sheng to steal the limelight. Today, he was sent to a foreign plane and witnessed thousands of martial artists besieging an injured woman, but he actually pretended not to see it and left. Gou Sheng might care about his worldview, but Yi Xingqian definitely didn't. He was even harmed by Empress Ling Yao in his previous life, so he still had a severe prejudice against women. Thinking about it carefully, this guy might have acknowledged the sect of all times and treated himself as a member, but he rarely interacted with Lu Qianqian, Lu Wanshi, and the other female disciples. Most of the time, he was with the male disciples, such as Xiao Ziji, Li Qingyang, or the Spirit Beast Hall. Yi Xingqian wanted to leave, but he couldn't. The surrounding martial artists immediately tightened their encirclement and released their cultivation while glaring at him. "Kid!" A martial artist coldly said, "You dare to help the demonic woman? You will die. Go. Kill him." Dozens of martial artists standing at the front rushed over. All kinds of energy burst out, forming a scene that could be described as powerful. Trash. Yi Xingqian's face was filled with disdain. He didn't want to be the hero saving the damsel in distress, and he didn't want to be bitten by mosquitoes and flies. So, all he could do was, boom. The violent energy suddenly exploded, and under the howling wind, corpses and blood were crazily splattered. The scene was so cruel that it was forced to be pixelated. Plop. The last attacking martial artist fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. His eyes were filled with horror. It was obvious that he didn't expect this ordinary-looking man to be so powerful until his death. Yi Xingqian stood proudly in his original position. His elegant black hair fluttered in the wind, and his stern face flashed with killing intent. He looked like a devil that walked out from hell. This was the serious style, the main character. Gou Sheng. Learn from him. The dozens of people that rushed over were instantly obliterated, and the remaining martial artists widened their eyes. The reinforcements that the demonic woman asked for weren't simple. Scram. Yi Xingqian said coldly. Just a single word contained an extremely powerful pressure, causing all of the martial artists present to feel their hair stand on end. All of them fled as fast as they could. They were very lucky. After joining the sect of all times, Yi Xingqian had changed quite a bit. If it had been his cold personality from his previous life, he would have killed anyone who provoked him. Swish. Swish. Spatial rings flew out from the corpses and landed in Night Emperor's hands. He was too lazy to check what was inside and was about to leave. Thank you for your help, Your Excellency. The injured woman struggled to stand up. Her face was extremely pale. It was obvious that her injuries were very serious. Yi Xingqian said indifferently, I just don't want to be bothered by flies. I'm not trying to save you. Don't overthink it. Compared to this guy, Gou Sheng had become a warm guy. The injured woman didn't say anything else. She dragged her injured body into the depths of the forest, but after a few steps, she couldn't support herself anymore and fainted on the ground. Many martial artists had died in this area. Fresh blood floated into the forest and gradually attracted many ferocious beasts. After confirming that there was no danger, they came out one after another. Food. All of it was food. A few ferocious beasts that looked like wolves took the lead and stopped in front of the unconscious woman. Their eyes were glowing red, and their saliva was about to flow out. Martial artists like to kill ferocious beasts because of the crystal cores in their bodies. Ferocious beasts also like to kill martial artists because their flesh and blood had been nourished by attributes. After consuming them, their strength would increase. Roar. After a short hesitation, the few wolf beasts opened their bloody mouths and pounced over. Boom! Suddenly, a violent shockwave was generated, causing dust to roll up. Ta! Yi Xingqian, who had already left, appeared in front of the injured woman. He released his force of true spirit and lifted her up without any mercy. Then, he disappeared into the dust. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and stars filled the sky. Yi Xingqian sat cross-legged outside the cave, circulating the Greater Thousand Shadows art. When he was not in the picture, he was usually either cultivating or on the road of cultivation. Phew! After an hour, Yi Xingqian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said to himself, "Why did I save a stranger?" He could have left during the day, but he did not know why he returned and saved the injured woman who had fallen into the wolf's mouth. He also gave her a lot of healing pills. "You have saved my life again." The purple-clothed woman walked out of the cave. Because she had taken the pill, her face had regained its color, and her injuries were under control. With the help of the night light, it could be seen that she was about 20 years old. Her appearance was delicate and refined, and she could be considered a great beauty. "So," Yi Xingqian said lightly, "what benefits do you want to give me?" His hesitant personality towards women was definitely not influenced by Jun Changshao, but he had to talk about rewards in return. It was definitely related to Gosheng. This was something that no one could wash away. "What benefits do you want?" the woman in purple asked. Night Emperor was surrounded by an arrogant aura, but she could calmly deal with it. It was obvious that she was not an ordinary person. "Money. Resources. I want all of them." Yi Xingqian was not polite at all. The woman in purple said, "The reason why I am being chased is because I obtained a treasure map that has been sealed for a long time. If you can find it, there should be what you need." "You mean, you have nothing now?" "No." "Phew." Yi Xingqian raised his hand, and his force of true spirit erupted as he grabbed the woman's neck. "You want to kill me? You have no value. There is no meaning in living." This treasure map was left behind by a powerhouse who was regarded as a legend 100,000 years ago. There are all kinds of martial arts and resources hidden in it. If you and I can find it, it will be of great value. The woman in purple calmly took out an ancient sheepskin scroll. "Kill you?" Yi Xingqian said lightly, "I can find it too." In terms of treasure hunting, he also had experience. After all, he had been to the Taishian cave and done the uncivilized act of Night Emperor. The woman in purple said, "Without my help, you can't find the treasure." After a moment of silence, Yi Xingqian let go of the woman. He had already taken a look at the sheepskin scroll. It was obviously very old. Perhaps there really was a great treasure hidden in it. He volunteered to come to this plane. If he could find a large amount of martial arts resources, he could report back to the patriarch when he returned. "What is your name?" Yi Xingqian was gloomy. He had clearly acted very ferociously, but this woman had been very calm from beginning to end. Seeing that he was silent, the woman in purple wisely didn't pursue the matter. She introduced herself. "I am Jia Lingyao." "You." Yi Xingqian suddenly turned his head, and said in a hoarse voice, "What is your name?" Murderous intent surged out of his body. Although he had killed Empress Lingyao on the spot and burned her to ashes, hearing the two words Lingyao still greatly stimulated his nerves. "Jia Lingyao." Clang! He unsheathed his 3-foot-long sword and placed it on the woman's neck. Chapter 1690. Yi Xingqian's murderous intent was triggered when he saw the purple-robed woman named Jia Lingyao. Clang! He unsheathed his sword and held it to his neck. At that moment, the killing intent around the night the arch was extremely powerful. He had always been suspicious. Empress Lingyao's death was too simple. Was there more to it than met the eye? Now that he had coincidentally saved a woman with a name similar to hers, could it be? "What do you mean?" Jia Lingyao frowned. She could feel the murderous intent, but she remained calm. It was admirable. This made Yi Xingqian even more suspicious. He said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you approach me?" Jia Lingyao was speechless. "You were the one who saved me, so how did I get close to you on purpose?" It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Yi Xingqian said, because you're about to die. Did anyone notice that this guy had suddenly become talkative? That was because he had been wondering whether or not Empress Lingyao was dead, and that had caused his mind to be in a mess. Why do you want to kill me? Jia Lingyao asked. Because, Yi Xingqian suddenly fell silent. The reason for killing her was because of the name Lingyao, but it seemed a bit ridiculous to say it out loud. In this universe where people used Wuxia as their surnames and Chinese characters as their names, there were too many people with the same name. Erasing her for this went against the Sect of all times' mission. Jun Changshao often instilled in his disciples the idea that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. Naturally, Starry Night couldn't help but be influenced by it, so in the end, he withdrew the sword that was 0.01 centimeters away from his neck. Night Emperor. He was indecisive. Jia Lingyao muttered to herself, are all strong people so strange? She didn't know Yi Xingqian, but after seeing him fight yesterday, she was sure that he was a top expert. Perhaps he could help her find the treasure on the sheepskin scroll. What's your name? You've asked. But you didn't tell me. Pei Aniu. Jia Lingyao's expression changed. Such a powerful person actually had such a down-to-earth name. Mr. Pei shouldn't be a cultivator of my heaven spill world, right? Don't talk so much nonsense, just focus on leading the way. Yi Xingqian's face was filled with anger. Clearly, he did not want to waste his breath on this woman. Jia Lingyao stopped and said seriously, I have the secret of the treasure. The entire plain knows about it. I will inevitably run into trouble when I look for it this time, so, shua. Suddenly, Yi Xingqian gathered strength in his right fist and punched out. Jia Lingyao's face changed slightly. She could see his movements, but her cultivation did not allow her to dodge. Boom! In an instant, Yang Kai's right fist, which had gathered explosive power, flew past Jia Lingyao and smashed into the void. The cultivator who was hiding in the void, intending to launch a sneak attack, was immediately blasted away, blood spurting from his mouth as he fell heavily to the ground, the hidden weapons in his hands scattering everywhere. Sneaky, Yi Xingqian said coldly. Jia Lingyao first heaved a sigh of relief, then looked at the cultivator who had been blasted away. She frowned slightly and said, even the Wu-Tang people are tempted. Swish. Swish. At this moment, the sound of wind breaking rang out from afar. All kinds of hidden weapons flew over wildly, covering a wide range. Yi Xingqian grabbed Jia Lingyao's shoulder and pulled her in front of him. Then, he elegantly dodged the rain of bullets. The scene was just like a movie. Ding! 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 The hidden weapons missed and nailed to the mountain rocks and trees. Their surface was reddish-black and should have been poisoned. Shua! Yi Xingqian gracefully stabilized his body while Jia Lingyao was shaken until she was dizzy. Shua! Shua! At this moment, a group of ninja-like cultivators dressed in black flew over from afar. There were about 100 of them, and they held poisonous hidden weapons in their hands. Their eyes were cold and murderous. Demonis. The leader of the group said in a deep voice, hand over the treasure map and you will be spared from death. Jia Lingyao said, I found it. Why should I hand it over? Her tone was very angry. It was not because she wanted to hand over the treasure map, but because she had never done anything evil. Why was she labeled as a demoness when she was born? If you don't hand it over, you will die. Before the leader could finish his words, his eyes were filled with horror because Yi Xingqian appeared in front of him with a 3-foot-long sword on his neck. This treasure map is mine. No one can touch it. Poochie. Sizzle. A head flew up and blood splattered. Boss. Seeing the leader's head being separated from his body, the subordinates were horrified. Swish. 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 Suddenly, a dense sword light burst out, not giving them a chance to react at all. In the end, all of them had their throats cut open. Clang! Yi Xingqian sheathed his sword. Plop! Plop! 100 martial artists knelt on the ground in a daze, their heads slowly falling. TSK. In the main battleship, Jun Changshao watched Yi Xingqian kill 100 people through the real-time image provided by the light screen. He said with emotion, "My disciple is indeed decisive." Su Xiaoma held his chin and said, "It's hard to imagine that the cold junior brother Yi would be a hero saving a beauty." "I knew it." Li Qingyang smiled and said, "Junior brother Yi is kind." Hearing everyone's words, the system finally couldn't help but roar, "The plot now belongs to Yi Xingqian. Don't jump out and steal the show." Sky Spill Realm. After Yi Xingqian dealt with the Wu Tang ninjas, he skillfully took out the spatial ring on his body and said lightly, "Let's go." Oh. Jia Lingyao hurriedly followed, feeling very shocked. The group of Wu Tang ninjas were obviously not weak, but they were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. How strong was he? According to the mark on the sheepskin scroll, the treasure was hidden in the primitive mountain range in the northernmost region, so the two of them didn't speak and spent the entire time on the road. In the meantime, various forces appeared one after another, trying to snatch it. Without Yi Xingqian, Jia Lingyao definitely wouldn't be able to protect it with her strength. But now, everyone who came died. The whole process could be considered frightening but not dangerous. "Friend, spare me," boom. Before a powerhouse sent by a certain force could finish speaking, Yi Xingqian slammed him to the ground and his body was torn apart. Domineering and cruel. In fact, if they came to snatch it openly, they might have been able to survive. But they had to hide in the dark and play dirty tricks, which greatly stimulated Night Emperor's killing intent. Jia Lingyao, who was behind him, had a look of admiration. She had only known this man for about a chapter, but she had already been completely subdued by his valiant strength. "Have we arrived?" Jia Lingyao came back to her senses and hurriedly took out the sheepskin scroll. Based on the map and the terrain, she said, "Go north. You'll reach it after walking for about 1,000 miles. Stop wasting time." Yi Xingqian said, "Let's go quickly." The two of them walked north. Strangely, they didn't encounter any more sneak attacks, and the atmosphere became relatively calm. "They might have realized that Mr. Pei is powerful, so they don't dare to come to their deaths," Jia Lingyao said to herself. The next day, the two of them walked to the edge of the primitive mountain range. However, they didn't enter because thousands of martial artists from various forces were gathered at the entrance. Jia Lingyao guessed correctly. After losing many of their companions, these people had recognized Yi Xingqian's strength. Naturally, they didn't dare to surround him, but they didn't give up. Instead, they mobilized people and gathered in advance at the only way. If 10 or 100 of them can't deal with you, what about 1,000 or 10,000? I have the numbers, so I can do whatever I want. This is troublesome. Jia Lingyao frowned when she saw so many people from various forces. Crack. 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 Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. She instinctively turned her head and saw Yi Xingqian surrounded by flowing light, gradually condensing into a battle armor. A majestic halberd was placed in front of him, and he seemed to have turned into an unparalleled warrior on the battlefield. His eyes were cold as he said, "I'm going to start a massacre. Get out of my way." Chapter 1691. Tens of thousands of people from the various factions of the Sky Spill world gathered at the path of the treasure, waiting for an opportunity to appear. Someone would ask. Since they knew the location, why did they still want the sheepskin scroll? Without it, they couldn't enter at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! The warriors gathered in a huge formation, and the air was filled with killing intent. To show respect, Yi Xingqian activated the special effect, donned his armor, and took out his halberd. Mr. Pei. Jia Lingyao was stunned. Then, she said weakly, "Why are there words on your forehead?" Yi Xingchen wanted to raise his hand to cover the word attack on his forehead. To be honest, he was quite depressed. After changing to the perfect body created by the demon ancestor, he had also inherited the special effect of the words. It was fine if it came, but it was still on his forehead. On the other hand, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were all on the back of their hands. Why am I more special than them? Cut the crap. Yi Xingchen said coldly, "Get lost." Okay. Jia Lingyao hurriedly retreated far away. Without this obstructing woman, Yi Xingchen's gaze became even colder. He raised his halberd and said, "Those who want to die, come." Since the sheepskin scroll contained the treasure, he wouldn't give it to anyone. Therefore, he could only start a massacre today. One person against tens of thousands. At that moment, Night Emperor inherited the strength of the patriarch. It's not worth it to become enemies with the world for a demoness. An expert from a certain faction said. The warriors of the Sky Spill world knew more about Jia Lingyao. They had never heard of her having any strong helpers, so they guessed that this man had been bewitched recently. Of course. Everyone agreed that he had been tempted by her beauty. After all, if he really wanted the treasure, he could just snatch it. There was no need to protect her. In short, in the eyes of the Sky Spill world warriors, Yi Xingchen was nothing more than infatuated with beauty. Friend. Someone advised earnestly, lust is a knife above the character. Please turn back and be saved. Yi Xingchen's killing intent intensified. He wasn't an idiot. He could naturally guess what the other party imagined him to be. Me. Night Emperor. Would he be that kind of person? Who? Yi Xingchen did not try to defend himself, because this was not his character. Therefore, he directly brandished his Fangtian halberd and jumped over to attack. It was easy to cut down a bunch of obstructing weeds. Swish, the halberd that was infused with energy pressed down with a momentum that could sweep away an entire army. The aura it formed could be said to be earth-shattering, frightening all the cultivators present. Retreat! Retreat! Boom, 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 boom. Before he finished speaking, a violent force exploded in the crowd. All the martial artists were instantly sent flying. In slow motion, it was as if they had turned into dandelions dancing in the sky. The scene was magnificent. Jia Lingyao had seen Yi Xingchen in action before, so she had prepared herself in advance. But when she saw him killing his way through an army of tens of thousands, she was still stunned. Too strong. This man was too strong. Yi Xingchen's every move during the battle was deeply imprinted in her heart. Puchi. Puchi. Light flashed, and limbs flew everywhere. In just a few moments, thousands of Sky Spill world cultivators had fallen. Facing this man who was exuding a majestic aura and killing intent, the remaining cultivators were frightened and could only desperately retreat. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, a stream of light bypassed Yi Xingchen and rushed toward Jia Lingyao. The various factions' purpose of intercepting this time was to snatch the sheepskin scroll that led to the location of the treasure. Naturally, they would not fight with the other party, so they had to capture the main target first. Who? That expert's movement technique was very fast. His energy turned into a large hand and pressed down. However, just as he was about to bind Jia Lingyao, a terrifying wave of air suddenly appeared behind him. Not good. His expression changed. Puchi, without any chance to react, his body was quickly pierced by the stream of light. He was stabbed into the ground 10 feet away from Jia Lingyao. When the light dissipated, the blood-stained halberd was revealed. Great Elder! A cultivator in the crowd roared. Everyone, this kid has lost his weapon. We must finish him off in one go. An old man shouted, instantly igniting everyone's fighting spirit. In their opinion, Yi Xingqian was so fierce because of his equipment. Now that they threw out the halberd and swarmed him, they would definitely be able to kill him. Kill! Kill! The various factions' cultivators' morale soared. They gathered all kinds of energy and charged over, forming a dazzling light. Trash! Yi Xingqian raised his hand and said coldly, "All of you must die." Boom! 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 In an instant, the Sect of all times' heaven-crossing palm print covered the entire sky and pressed down with a tremendous force. The halberd was only useful for Yi Xingqian to harvest the weeds. Without this weapon, he could still use other methods to solve the problem. On Eternal, which was docked outside the Sky Spill world, Jun Changshao and the others had been watching the scene of Yi Xingqian killing everyone. Patriarch. Xiao Ziji said worriedly, "Should we go and help junior brother Yi?" He didn't want to steal Yi Xingqian's scene, but at this moment, facing tens of thousands of people, he would be in danger if he wasn't careful. No need. Jun Changshao said. Gou Xing still thought highly of Yi Xingqian. After all, he was the absolute representative of the Sect of all times. If he couldn't even deal with a group of core transformation realm enemies, it would be too disappointing. Of course. Although he thought highly of Yi Xingqian, he still had to prepare defensive measures. As long as Yi Xingqian was in danger, he would definitely rush to the scene immediately. If those cultivators who were fighting for the sheepskin scroll knew that there were 11 battleships in the universe, and that everyone inside was talented and had good words, they would definitely collapse into despair. Outside the primitive mountain range, the smell of blood was thick. Corpses were strewn everywhere, making it look like a cruel slaughterhouse. Most of the cultivators from the various factions who had come to intercept Yi Xingqian had died, and the rest had fled in fear. Time, 1 hour. Jia Lingyao stood in the distance in a daze, her clear eyes looking at the back of the figure standing proudly among the corpses. She was completely shocked. Is this a human? Swish. At this moment, the halberd stuck in the ground flew up on its own and landed beside Yi Xingqian. He grabbed it with one hand and said indifferently, "The annoying flies have been dealt with. Let's go." Jia Lingyao calmed herself down and walked over the corpses. The two entered the primitive mountain range through the entrance, not talking at all. Mr. Pei. After a long time, Jia Lingyao said, "These factions won't let this go. Why don't we wait for a while before looking for the treasure?" No. Yi Xingqian said, "We'll look for it now." Jia Lingyao was silent for a moment before saying, "All right." She took out the sheepskin scroll and walked for an hour in the primitive forest according to the coordinates and the map. She stopped at an ancient ruin covered in vines and moss. Mr. Pei. After comparing, Jia Lingyao said, "This is the location of the treasure." With that, she wandered around the ruin on her own. Mr. Pei. Not long after, Jia Lingyao said, "I found the entrance to the treasure." Yi Xingqian heard the news and hurried over. Seeing her stop in front of a stone wall, he instinctively looked over and was instantly dumbfounded. The dilapidated stone wall looked a little old, but the carvings were clearly visible. There was a person sitting on a throne, and people were worshipping him. The words were, "Under the heavens, all land belongs to the king. All the people on the land are the king's subjects." Chapter 1692. All the lands under the heavens belong to the emperor, and all the people on the shores of the land are the emperor's subjects. The words written in Empress Ling Yao's will appeared on the dilapidated stone wall, causing the atmosphere to turn eerie. Of course. There was a difference. Judging from the handwriting, it wasn't written by the empress. When Yi Xingqian heard these words, not only was he stunned on the spot, killing intent gradually appeared in his eyes. It was mentioned in the suicide note. Now that the stone wall had reappeared, could it be related to her? Mr. Pei. Jia Lingyao said weakly, "Are you okay?" Whoosh. Suddenly, the power of the true spirit exploded, turning into a hand that locked her neck. Yi Xingqian said coldly, "Names can be coincidental, but words can't be. Tell me, why did you bring me here?" Jia Lingyao was restrained by the true spirit hand, and her breathing became difficult. Tell me what." She brought Night Emperor to find the treasure because she wanted him to be strong. She didn't have any ill intentions. "You are Empress Lingyao. This is all part of your plan." Yi Xingqian seemed to be losing control of his emotions, and he used more strength. Jia Lingyao wanted to speak, but she couldn't. She could only tell him that she was in pain with tears gathering at the corner of her eyes. Suddenly, the pattern on the stone wall flashed and covered the two of them. Then, they disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cold wind blew and filled the ruins as if nothing had happened. Patriarch! Shengguan Xinyao exclaimed in the cockpit of Eternal. Senior brother Ye's aura is gone. Drip, drip. The sound of water dripping could be heard in the dark environment. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light appeared out of thin air, illuminating the surroundings and presenting a scene similar to a stone tunnel. Yi Xingqian's expression was a little dull. He was just standing by the stone wall, strangling that woman. Why did the scene change? Cough, cough. Jia Lingyao's face was red as she stood at the side. There were obvious scratches on her neck. If it weren't for the sudden sound, she would have suffocated. Yi Xingqian did not pay any attention to it. He used his spiritual senses to capture everything around him and found that it was difficult to operate, as if it was restricted by some kind of power. What is this place? Looking at Jia Lingyao, his tone and gaze were exceptionally cold. At this moment, Night Emperor guessed that his sudden arrival in an unfamiliar environment had something to do with this woman. It was to the extent that everything was a trap, waiting for him to jump into it. Yi Xingqian couldn't be blamed for being too cautious. He could only blame his hatred for Empress Lingyao for being so intense that he was on the verge of becoming schizophrenic. After Jia Lingyao was relieved, she took out the sheepskin scroll and found that the original pattern on it had been replaced by a new one. After comparing it with the surrounding environment, she said, "This should be a treasure trove. Give it to me." Yi Xingqian snatched the sheepskin scroll from him. Something strange happened. When this object fell into his hand, the brand new pattern instantly became blurry, and he couldn't see its contents at all. Jia Lingyao said, "This thing is just a blank piece of paper in the hands of others. It can only be used in my hands." Yi Xingqian was displeased, but he still tossed the sheepskin scroll over. As expected. After Jia Lingyao caught it, the blurry image became clear. "Lead the way," Yi Xingqian said with a straight face. At this moment, he was completely focused on the treasure trove. As for this woman and Empress Lingyao, he would think about it after he found them. After changing the pattern on the sheepskin scroll, it happened to be similar to the surrounding environment, so Jia Lingyao followed the path through the cave and soon arrived at a rather large stone chamber. It was very empty. There was nothing inside. Where's the treasure trove? Yi Xingqian frowned and muttered to himself, "Is this woman trying to trick me? Look at the map." Jia Lingyao said, "This isn't the end." With that, she walked to the end of the stone chamber, where many stone doors of the same size appeared, exactly the same as the ones on the map. "Let's go through the middle door." Jia Lingyao carefully studied the sheepskin scroll, then got up and walked to the stone door with the word "middle" carved on it. Yi Xingqian followed closely behind, maintaining absolute vigilance. He was afraid that this woman would suddenly run away if he wasn't careful. Jia Lingyao seemed to see through him. "There may be traps here. You don't have to worry about me running away. If I run into trouble, I'll need your help to resolve it." Yi Xingqian gradually relaxed. Indeed. If there was danger here, with this woman's strength, she would definitely die if she dared to run away. To put it bluntly. Yi Xingqian needed Jia Lingyao's guidance to find the treasure, and Jia Lingyao needed Yi Xingqian's strength to find the treasure. The two of them were grasshoppers on the same rope. Also, I'm not the Empress Lingyao you speak of. If you have any grudges against her, please don't blame it on me just because our names are similar. He had mentioned Empress Lingyao just now, so Jia Lingyao remembered. Tch, Yi Xingqian snorted. The two of them walked along the middle door, and then found themselves in a maze-like environment. If it were anyone else, even if they were lucky enough to find the entrance, they would definitely be confused because every few steps they took would lead to a crossroad. Who knew if they would be trapped if they took the wrong path? There were clear directions on the sheepskin scroll. Jia Lingyao led Yi Xingqian through it and soon arrived at a stone room. This place was very different from before. The floor was paved with special stone slabs that looked as smooth as a mirror. Stomp. Yi Xingqian stepped on it, and there were ripples under his feet. Oh no! He realized that something was wrong and was about to withdraw his foot when a special energy surged into his mind. He stood there dumbfounded. Swoosh! In the exquisite room, Yi Xingqian suddenly got up from the bed. The pain from his wound made his expression slightly hideous. You haven't recovered yet. Don't move around. A gentle voice came to his ear. Hearing this, Yi Xingqian's eyes gradually widened. Then, he turned his head stiffly and saw a graceful and beautiful woman sitting by the bed. Who? Empress Lingyao. Wasn't she killed by him? How is she still alive? No. Yi Xingqian tried to calm himself down. Only then did he realize that he was in the same room that he had lived in back then. And the wound on his chest. Wasn't it caused when he fought with the other martial emperors? Knight Emperor was shocked. Back in the past, Empress Lingyao brought him a bowl of medicine and said bitterly, "Is martial arts more important than me in your heart?" Smack! Yi Xingqian knocked over the bowl of medicine and said coldly, "When I find the Taishan Sutra, I'll beat Du Yinqing and the others to the ground." Damn it! I wanted to say that this woman is vicious. Why did I repeat what I said before? Yi Xingqian was frustrated. I understand now. Empress Lingyao stood up and said sadly, "In your heart, martial arts will always be more important than me. If there's a next life, I hope you can change this personality. Martial arts is not the only thing in this world. There are many things that you need to cherish and protect." As she spoke, Empress Lingyao turned into a sharp dagger and stabbed Yi Xingqian in the chest. The process was not fast. However, Knight Emperor's body seemed to be bound and he could not dodge. He only managed to grab the dagger when he felt the excruciating pain. You! Mr. Pei! Mr. Pei! Jia Lingyao's voice pulled Yi Xingqian back to reality. It was like a dream, a nightmare from the past. You're hurting me. Yi Xingqian realized that he was not grabbing the dagger but Jia Lingyao's hand. He quickly shook it off and turned around. Where's the treasure? Chapter 1693. Yi Xingqian had just had a very realistic dream, as if he had been there. But, why did he dream of the past, of Empress Lingyao? Standing in the mirror-like stone chamber, Yi Xingqian was still thinking about the scene he had just experienced. He remembered every word clearly, and his mind was in a mess. There was one thing he couldn't deny. In his previous life, he had valued martial arts too much. After his rebirth, he had become a disciple of the Sect of all times. He had slowly come to understand that there were many things in this world that needed to be cherished and protected. Yi Xingqian's expression became more and more ferocious. The more he agreed with Empress Lingyao's words in the dream, the angrier he became. Did this mean that she was trying to kill him to change her personality and mentality from her previous life? Gotcha! He clenched his fists tightly. Yi Xingqian hated Empress Lingyao to the core, so he would not accept any way to clear his name. Mr. Pei, what's wrong with you? Jia Lingyao was very worried that he had just pulled this man out of his painful state, and now he was acting so ferocious. Phew! Yi Xingqian exhaled and relaxed his fists. He still had to find the treasure, so why should he care about a dead woman? You didn't enter the dream just now. Dream? Jia Lingyao was confused. Yi Xingqian did not speak, but he was confused. Obviously, when he had stepped on the stone chamber floor, he had triggered some kind of restriction and entered the dream. Why wasn't this woman affected? Could it be that it did not work on low-level martial artists? Let's go. Yi Xingqian adjusted his state of mind and continued forward with Jia Lingyao. On the other side of the stone chamber, there was another long tunnel, and there were many traps in it. For example, poisonous arrows, fire and poison, and falling rocks. You could think of any kind of trap, but they were all here. It was obvious how low-level the designer was. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Flying daggers came flying at him, but Yi Xingqian ignored them completely. He strode forward, his eyes full of disdain. This level of mechanism was only a threat to martial artists with low cultivation. For someone in the truth-seeking realm like him, it was not even an itch. Amazing. Jia Lingyao, who was carefully following behind, had a look of worship on her face. She had completely turned into a fangirl. Surrounded by various forces, her life and death could be said to be on the line. Suddenly, a powerful martial artist appeared and saved her from danger. He even protected her and helped her search for treasures. With such a melodramatic and romantic plot, which girl could withstand it? After passing through a tunnel filled with mechanisms, another stone room appeared. Inside, there were 8 large pillars with lifelike carvings of birds and beasts. It gave off the feeling of a palace. This should be the end, Jia Lingyao said. Yi Xingqian could not use his spiritual senses to probe, so he could only rely on his naked eyes to look deeper. However, he did not find any treasure, so he frowned and said, "Are you playing with me?" Along the way, he had patiently protected this woman in order to find the treasure and contribute to the sect. But in the end, it was empty. This shouldn't be the case. Jia Lingyao carefully looked at the sheepskin scroll again and confirmed that the end point was here. "I hate being lied to, especially by women," Yi Xingqian said coldly. "If you return empty-handed, you will die without a complete corpse." Jia Lingyao said, "Maybe there's a secret room hidden here. We can look for it carefully." With that, she walked into the stone room first. Crack. After a few steps, the stone floor under her feet caved in. Suddenly, a boulder carrying some kind of power fell from the ceiling. The color drained from Jia Lingyao's face as she subconsciously turned to look. Boom. Yi Xingqian had already appeared in front of her, holding the boulder firmly with one hand. "Thank you. Get out of my way." Jia Lingyao hurriedly moved aside. The caved-in stone floor under her feet recovered, and the power enveloping the boulder gradually dissipated. Yi Xingqian could easily shake it off, but he still put it in his space ring. The reason was that the material of the stone was extraordinary. He would bring it back to Master Fan. "Mr. Pei." Jia Lingyao smiled. "If you take this extraordinary stone, you won't return empty-handed, right? I'm here for treasure, not for a stone." Yi Xingqian roared. Good. This guy had been infected by Gosheng. Whenever he was agitated, whenever he couldn't control his emotions, he would immediately turn into a roaring emperor. Pfft. Jia Lingyao covered her mouth and laughed. Ever since she met this man, he had always put on a cold face, as if everyone owed him money. Now that he finally changed his expression, it was actually quite cute. Was this cute? Wouldn't it be even more adorable if she saw how the Night Emperor ran to the livestock pen or the purple craggy Demon King's bed when he was drunk? Yi Xingqian turned around and said coldly, "Follow me." Oh. Jia Lingyao hurried over and asked, "Mr. Pei, is Empress Lingyao your enemy? What does it have to do with you? When you mention her, I see a murderous look in your eyes. What does it have to do with you? Jia Lingyao tactfully shut her mouth and began to carefully observe the stone room. There were only a few large pillars inside, so the two of them quickly circled around and came to the conclusion that there was nothing. That can't be. Jia Lingyao looked at the parchment again and said, the treasure should be here. Soak it in water and burn it with fire. What if the pattern is ruined and the scroll is burned? It was indeed possible. Back then, Jun Changxiao's treasure hunting experience had been burned to ashes because he had imitated the plot of a television drama. Give it to me. Yi Xingchen said, I'll burn it. Jia Lingyao hesitated for a moment, then handed the sheepskin scroll over. Then, a strange scene occurred. When Yi Xingchen took the sheepskin scroll, the pattern on it suddenly glowed and lit up the entire stone room. Buzz! 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 Lines appeared on the stone floor under his feet and quickly spread throughout the stone room, as if it was an ancient array that had existed for a long time. All under heaven is the king's land, and all in the universe are the king's subjects. A loud and clear sound rang out abruptly. The originally empty stone room was enveloped by all kinds of lines, gradually forming into a magnificent hall. Yi Xingchen frowned. His gaze was fixed on the majestic throne in front of him because there was a man sitting on it. He wore a crown on his head and wore golden armor. He had an imposing appearance and was extraordinarily mighty. Below, 100 people knelt down. The shouts that echoed in the stone room came from their mouths. Mr. Pei! Jia Lingyao exclaimed, it's you. That's right. The mighty man's figure, facial features, and aura were exactly the same as Yi Xingchen's. Beside the throne sat a graceful and elegant woman. From her appearance, Jia Lingyao's expression gradually became sluggish. She said in disbelief, me? Chapter 1694. When Yi Xingchen took the sheepskin scroll, he seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction. The stone room instantly turned into a hall, and the glowing lines outlined a scene similar to a projection. The man sitting on the throne and the woman sitting beside him looked extremely similar to Yi Xingchen and Jia Lingyao, no matter how one looked at them. It was very magical and strange. What's going on? Yi Xingchen, who was in the projection, looked dazed. Me? Why am I here? Is it the same as before? Did I dream of the past? Impossible. Yi Xingchen immediately rejected this idea in his heart. There was no other reason. This body was created by the demon ancestor. It could not have happened in the past. As for what it looked like in the past, at least there was no scene of people kneeling before him. If it's not the past, then, the future. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen's eyes flashed with anger. He could accept people kneeling before him in the future, but he could not accept Jia Lingyao, whom he had just met, sitting next to him. Based on their clothes and distance, it looked like, greetings, Night King. Greetings, Night Consort. The kneeling warriors shouted again, confirming Yi Xingchen's guess. Ah! Jia Lingyao covered her mouth in shock. Mr. Pei was the Night King, and she was the Night Consort. Did this mean that they were married? She had come to look for treasures, but now she saw this scene. Even if she had been through a lot, she might not be able to adapt. Whoosh! At that moment, the projection suddenly changed. The kneeling crowd gradually disappeared, and the hall was replaced by the back garden. The throne also changed into a unique stone pavilion. The Night King sat on the bench, and the Night Consort leaned gently in his arms. They looked like a couple in love. This public display of affection came a little unexpectedly. Xingchen. After a while, the Night Consort shyly whispered, I am pregnant. Is it a boy or a girl? The Night King blurted out. The Night Consort lightly punched his chest with her small fist and said, I'm just 2 months pregnant. You can't tell the gender yet. That's true, that's true. The Night King's reaction seemed to be a little too slow. He excitedly hugged her and said, I'm going to be a father. Yi Xingqian, who was like a spectator, turned pale when he saw this. I'm actually married to this woman, and we even have a child. Is this what will happen in the future? Swish. At this moment, the projection changed again. This time, the scene was still set in the main hall, but there was only the Night King and a figure with his back to the camera. Without the Night Concubine, who was always by his side, it seemed that the novel couldn't bear to continue spreading dog food to the single readers. Junior brother Yi, congratulations. The man with his back facing the camera cupped his hands and said. When Yi Xingqian heard this, his expression gradually stiffened. Then, he hurriedly took a few steps forward and gradually saw the other person's face clearly. He blurted out, Xiao Ziji. Not bad. From his appearance alone, this person was extremely similar to the number one tank in the sect of all times. The only difference was that he had a more mature temperament, and his exposed muscles seemed to contain infinite power. The patriarch, the Night King paused and said with difficulty, has he forgiven me? Xiao Ziji said, junior brother's departure was a huge blow to the patriarch. It took a few hundred years for him to recover. Today, he ordered me to come here to wish you and sister-in-law a long life together and have many children. Leaving the sect for a woman, the patriarch can still forgive me, but it will only make me feel more guilty. The Night King said sadly. Junior brother, there's no need to feel guilty. Xiao Ziji comforted, the patriarch always said that everyone has different paths. Every time you cross a crossroad, you have to make your own choice. It's hard for others to interfere. Sigh. The Night King let out a long sigh, and the guilt and self-blame on his face became thicker. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji said, the 12th Universal Sacred War is about to begin. Are you interested in fighting with your senior brother until the world turns upside down? Universal Sacred War. The Night King's eyes flashed with memories. He smiled and said, it's a nostalgic competition. Junior brother wants to participate? Yes. That's great. If the patriarch knows, he will be very happy. Yi Xingqian's body heard their conversation, and his expression was very interesting. These projections could be considered to be in the future. Leaving the sect for a woman, this was nonsense. That, Jia Lingyao said weakly, isn't your surname Pei? Why did he call you junior brother Yi? That's none of your business. Yi Xingqian's mind became more and more chaotic. He looked very angry. Xiao. At this time, the projection changed again. The Night King was in front of a closed palace, anxiously pacing back and forth. From inside came the screams of a pregnant woman. Wah wah wah, not long after, the baby's cries broke the silence of the night. It's born. The Night King was very excited. I'm a father. Chapter 1695. The Night King had become a father. But the child didn't see it because the image stopped. Buzz. After a while, the space shook and the projection gradually collapsed until it returned to its original state. That's it? Jia Lingyao said blankly, her little face burning hot. The whole process didn't last long, but the image gave her too much information. Especially that she and Mr. Pei were married and had a child. Women. She was shy. Yi Xingqian fell silent. He knew that it was probably an array projection and could even happen in the future, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was fabricated. Married a woman and left the sect for her, Yi Xingqian clenched his fists and said firmly, impossible, it must be fabricated. Since his rebirth, the influence of the sect of all times on him was self-evident. No matter what happened in the future, he wouldn't leave. Night Emperor. He set a flag. As for whether he would be slapped in the face, that would depend on the future. So, what was more important now was, when the projection disappeared, strange lines appeared on the floor in the center of the stone room and quickly formed a small array boundary. When it faded, a stone table appeared with a big box on it. Treasure. Yi Xingqian's eyes shone as he hurried over. When he got closer, he saw that the box was very exquisite. There was a lifelike portrait on it and the words, "All under the sky is the king's land. All in the universe are the king's subjects." These words were slightly different from the words left by Empress Lingyao, but the meaning was the same. Could it be that there was a connection? These words appeared frequently, making the Knight the Arch think more and more. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Is this a treasure? Jia Lingyao walked over and looked at the box curiously. Get lost. Yi Xingqian said coldly. No matter what was in the box, it was definitely his. To put it bluntly, he had protected her all the way here for his own selfish desires. Oh. Jia Lingyao stepped back obediently, her eyes full of grievance. This man was like the other forces. He only cared about the sheepskin scroll and the treasure. Shua. Yi Xingqian raised his hand and used his power of true spirit to pry open the lock on the box. With a pop, the box opened, and a special aura that had been sealed for a long time appeared. To avoid poison, step back and hold your breath. In fact, the special aura that emerged was colorless, odorless, and poisonous. After confirming that there was no danger, Yi Xingqian took a step forward and peered into the box. He saw that there was an exquisite jade bottle inside, and underneath it was a piece of paper. After that, there was nothing else. This was the treasure. Knight Emperor frowned. In his opinion, although the box was small, there might be something mysterious about it. There were countless martial arts resources in it, and it could even be used as fuel to drive a battleship through the universe. Shua. With a gentle wave of his hand, an exquisite jade bottle and paper flew out. Throughout the entire process, Yi Xingqian maintained absolute vigilance, but until the two items stopped in front of him, no danger occurred. Awkward. He placed the piece of paper in front of him. There were bold and powerful words written on it. The content was, Taisha Creation Liquid. After consuming it, one's Dantian will be modified and one will possess Taisha Origin Energy. Taisha Creation Liquid. Taisha Origin Energy. Yi Xingqian's face was blank. This is a very special attribute. It is said that it can create a plane, Jia Lingyao said. Yi Xingqian was shocked. Creating a plane, how incredible. Legend, Jia Lingyao said. A long time ago, an expert came here and used Taisha Origin Energy to create the Heaven Evolution world. He was honored by later generations as the creator. Yi Xingqian looked calm on the surface, but he was shocked on the inside. He had seen with his own eyes that an expert like Gu Tianxing could destroy a fleet with a wave of his hand. But an expert who created a plane, no, he had already surpassed the level of an expert. He could be called a god. Jia Lingyao said, I didn't expect Taisha Origin Energy to be hidden here. If news of this spread to the outside world, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Pa! Yi Xingqian opened the bottle, his eyes burning. Taisha Origin Energy. Just the name alone sounded amazing. Since he had obtained such an opportunity, he could not wait to use it. Can you leave some for me? Jia Lingyao asked in a pleading tone. No. Yi Xingqian said coldly. After he finished speaking, he lifted the exquisite jade bottle and gulped it down. It tasted sweet and was much better than the aptitude-changing liquid. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sweet liquid entered his body and instantly exploded with a special energy that quickly condensed in his dantian. Yi Xingqian's soul and body gradually separated. He floated in the endless dark universe like a ghost. Galaxies, meteorites, and planes floated before his eyes. It felt like he had jumped out of the three realms and was not part of the five elements. Taisha Origin Energy. Heaven and earth creation. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian, whose soul was wandering in the universe, could clearly feel the special attribute gathering in his dantian crazily spinning before gradually condensing into a purer and more profound energy. Outside the heaven evolution domain, Jun Changshao sat on the eternal and frowned. You still haven't caught the aura of the stars? No. Shengguan Xinyao was helpless. After Yi Xingqian's aura and the battleship were suddenly cut off, she had been searching hard, but she could not find him. It was as if he had disappeared from the world. Xiao Ziji said, Junior brother Yi won't be in danger, right? Inform Elder Lu, Elder Sun, and Elder Bai Li, Jun Changshao said. Quickly enter this plane and search. Yes. Patriarch. As soon as the order was given, Shengguan Xinyao said in shock, suddenly, a majestic energy appeared and enveloped the entire plane in a short time. How did she know? The light screen of the star map was displayed. At first, it was normal. Suddenly, a red light appeared and quickly spread in all directions. Strange. After seeing the situation on the map, Jun Changshao flew out of the eternal and forcibly merged with the sky spill world with his half-step celestial secret realm cultivation. Only when he felt the majestic aura did he say with certainty, someone is about to break through. The majestic attributes that enveloped the entire plane were the signs of a breakthrough. And from the profound meaning contained, it should be a breakthrough from the upper level to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Whoosh! Jun Changshao released his spiritual sense and captured the location of the aura. Soon, he locked onto the ancient primitive mountain range and asked in surprise, it seeped out from the ground. In the stone room. Yi Xingqian sat cross-legged on the ground, releasing majestic attributes around him and floating along the stone slabs and soil to the outside world, to the entire sky spill world. From this, it could be seen. The so-called sign of a breakthrough came from him. After drinking a bottle of juice, he was about to break through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. He really wanted to report this guy for cheating. Whoosh! 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 More and more pure attributes were released. Yi Xingqian, who was concealing his spirit in qi, suddenly felt his body become extremely hot, and his exposed skin gradually turned red. Hot. So hot. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, an evil thought gushed out from his dantian and instantly occupied his consciousness, forcing him to open his eyes. His eyes gradually glowed like a wild beast's. Mr. Pei, what's wrong with you? Jia Lingyao hurriedly retreated because the other party had been staring at her since he opened his eyes. It made her panic. Swoosh! Yi Xingqian stood up. His whole body and eyes were red. The evil thought that occupied his consciousness had gathered in his body, and he had already lost his mind. Jia Lingyao became more and more flustered. She hurriedly turned around and fled into the tunnel. However, just as she took a step, a powerful energy roared and dragged her in front of Yi Xingqian, who seemed to have transformed into a beast. Mr. Pei. You. Don't do anything stupid. Pucci. The shadow on the stone room's wall could clearly be seen that pieces of clothes were scattered on the ground. Outside. Jun Changshao was already in the primitive mountain range where the energy emerged. In the ruins covered with vines and moss, he held his chin and said, the stars disappeared here. The system said, this place is quite strange. Is there a treasure here? Chapter 1696. Through increasing his aura, Jun Changshao managed to find the ruins where Yi Xingqian had been, and he guessed that there might be treasures there. But how could he find it? Jun Changshao began to wander around the ruins and soon found a stone wall with words carved on it. He raised his chin and said, it's the same as what was written in the will. He had read the will left behind by Empress Lingyao and had a deep impression of the so-called all under heaven. The handwriting is different. That's right. Jun Changshao also found that although the content was the same, the handwriting was strong and vigorous. It was obvious that the writer was a man. Why would the 16 words appear here? Could it be related to Empress Lingyao? Crack. Crack crack. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the stone wall and then there was an explosion, revealing an entrance to the underground. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up and he jumped in without hesitation. Treasure. I'm coming. In the dark tunnel. The sound of water dripping could be heard. This familiar scene had happened before in Yi Xingqian's perspective and now that Jun Changxiao had come in through the entrance, it was as if he was experiencing it again. The difference was, Jia Lingyao had the sheepskin scroll to guide her, while Gou Sheng had nothing. Jun Changxiao was not a problem. After all, he had experience in treasure hunting. He immediately raised his hand and released the power of the fire spirit to illuminate everything. Footprints. He quickly found the footprints left by Yi Xingqian and Jia Lingyao in the mud and frowned. Did someone come in early? The system said, there's Yi Xingqian's aura here. He should have just arrived. Is that so? Jun Changxiao sighed in relief. Since his disciple had come in, he should keep the goodies within the family. Because of the footprints, Gou Sheng followed them and soon stopped in the first stone room. He said hesitantly, which way should we go? There were several stone doors in front of them, engraved on them were the front door, middle door, back door, large door, small door, etc. Yi Xingqian and Jia Lingyao came here and chose the middle door according to the guidance of the sheepskin scroll. Take the back door. Without a tool to guide him, Jun Changxiao made his choice based on his own preferences. There was a long tunnel behind the back door. There was no danger along the way, which made Gou Sheng secretly happy that he was on the right path. The end of the tunnel was connected to a stone chamber. There were many lifelike statues, and from their shapes, they seemed to be some kind of powerful demonic beast. Woo woo. A cold wind blew, and it was extremely gloomy. If it was someone else, they might have felt their hair stand on end. However, Jun Changxiao, who had been through a lot, was not only calm, but he was even considering whether he should take the statue away and let Fan Yezi forge it. We can't go back empty-handed. Gou Sheng quickly came to a decision. He immediately walked in front of a statue and was about to put it into his spatial ring. Suddenly, the stone on the surface faded and turned into a living demonic beast. Roar! A roar that carried a foul stench resounded in the stone room. The hundreds of statues erected in the surroundings seemed to have been stimulated. They broke free from their petrified state and regained their vitality and consciousness. They bared their teeth and roared. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the awakened demonic beast rushed over, and a powerful murderous aura instantly gathered in the entire stone room. Sigh. Jun Changxiao stood on the spot and shook his head. Wrong door. Then, he raised his hand, took out the green dragon crescent blade, and directly charged over. Boom! 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 Energy exploded, and light shone in all directions. After a while, Jun Changxiao seemed to be possessed by Guan Yu, standing proudly with his blade in hand. The demonic beast corpses and limbs were scattered under his feet, and bright crystal cores were scattered all over the ground. Blood gathered into a river. For others, choosing the wrong door meant death. For demonic beasts, this man choosing the wrong door meant death. After collecting all the crystal cores, Jun Changxiao continued to move forward. Soon, he found an entrance in the stone chamber. Then, he encountered all kinds of immortal realms, which he easily resolved. It could be said that he was unimpeded all the way. He, who had stepped into the half-step celestial secret realm, was definitely an invincible existence in a low-level plane like the sky spill realm. Of course. Yi Xingqian, who had reached the upper level of the truth-seeking realm, was not weak here. However, his current situation was very bad. After taking the Taisher essence liquid, his body was extremely hot, and he was controlled by some evil thoughts. He had completely lost his mind. Half an hour later. Whoosh! 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 Yi Xingqian stood on the spot, holding his head and panting. The heat began to fade, and his red eyes gradually returned to normal. The evil thoughts in his sea of consciousness also began to fade. When the evil thoughts controlling his mind dissipated, his consciousness was completely clear. What's going on? Yi Xingqian tried hard to recall what had happened. He only remembered that he had taken the Taisher essence liquid. Wait. There was another kind of energy in his dantian. Yi Xingqian hurriedly probed into his body and found that it was a rather turbid energy, like a ball of mud. He released his spiritual senses and tried to communicate with it, but it ignored him. This, Yi Xingqian guessed, is this the Taisher essence force? Wait. Where are my clothes? Night Emperor finally realized that he was naked at the moment, and the expression on his face froze. He could understand why he had broken through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. He could understand why he had special attributes. Why were his clothes gone? Did they evaporate when he broke through? No. There was no such situation when he broke through before. Just as Night Emperor was wondering, he accidentally glanced at the woman with messy black hair beside him. He instantly stood on the spot as if struck by lightning. The loose school uniform was draped over Jia Lingyao's body. She was lying on the ground with tears streaming down her face. This was the situation. Some things were inconvenient to describe. If everyone understood, don't ask too much. Yi Xingqian squatted beside her, his expression changing unpredictably. At this moment, if Gou Sheng was present and handed him a cigar, he would definitely take it without hesitation to ease the turmoil in his heart. Why? Jia Lingyao cried, why? Yi Xingqian was silent. I also want to ask, why is this so? Finding the treasure, breaking through, and obtaining Taisher's elemental energy should have been a happy thing, but the current situation made him unhappy at all. He even wanted to kill her. I, Yi Xingqian, am not a lecher. Now that I have done such a thing, I can only protect my reputation by silencing her. Clang! The 3-foot-long sword was unsheathed. When the sword was 0.03 centimeters away from Jia Lingyao's neck, he did not make the move. Kill her to protect our dignity. You did something wrong, yet you still want to harm another life. Demons appeared on the left and angels on the right. Their persuasion made Yi Xingqian's face gradually turn ferocious. Boom! At this moment, the stone wall on the left suddenly exploded, and a person walked out of the billowing dust. Yi Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Patriarch? That's right. The person who broke through the stone wall and walked in was Jun Changshao. This guy took the wrong path from the back door and should have been trapped, but he chose to follow the path and hit the wall when he met it. He arrived at the end in a daze. As expected. Jun Changshao patted the dust off his shoulder and smiled. You really came. As he spoke, he saw Yi Xingqian's bare upper body and a girl with disheveled hair lying on the ground in her school uniform. His smile froze. Although Gosheng was the #1 Iron Man of the Eternal Sect, there were some things that he naturally understood. Thus, he immediately guessed that the two people in the sealed stone room were not properly dressed. They must have done something inappropriate. Xingqian. Jun Changshao said, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Patriarch. Put down your sword. Yi Xingqian sheathed his sword, his expression extremely interesting. Jun Changxiao's appearance and the situation, Night Emperor would not be able to clear his name today. Chapter 1697. Inside the stone room. Yi Xingqian squatted in front of the table, the frustration in his heart indescribable. Come. Jun Changshao passed him a cigar. Yi Xingqian broke down. Patriarch, I really didn't know. He only remembered taking the Taisher essence elixir. He had no idea what happened after that. That's not the point. Jun Changshao said, the point is that you did it. Yi Xingqian fell silent. Miss, please don't worry. Jun Changshao looked at the crying Jia Lingyao and said, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. He will take responsibility for you. Patriarch. There's no need to say anything. Jun Changshao interrupted. Let's go back to Eternal and have a make-up wedding. Since his disciple had done such a beastly thing, he would be worse than a beast if he didn't take responsibility. TSK, TSK. The system said, Rose of Flowers has been in the sect for so long, and she has always been doing her best to take care of the sect. I don't see the host taking responsibility like a man. Scram. Jun Chang scolded with a smile. Hearing the patriarch say that they should go back to Eternal to have a make-up wedding, Yi Xingqian almost vomited blood. Because of Empress Ling Yao, he was very resistant to women. How could he get married because of this? Moreover, the other party was still a suspect. Wait a minute. Even though the Taisher elemental elixir could help him raise his cultivation, could it be a trap set up by Empress Ling Yao? Was that why he was in this situation? That must be it. In order to avoid responsibility as much as possible, Yi Xingqian's imagination had already surpassed Jun Changshao's. One word to describe him, scumbag. A certain black dog said, Yi Xingqian hangs out with the patriarch all year round. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow, so Go Sheng is also a scumbag. It's decided then. Jun Changshao said, come back with me. Patriarch. She isn't a disciple of the sect of all times. Yi Xingqian would never allow himself to bring this woman back. After all, if word of this were to spread to the ears of his fellow disciples, the image that he had set up over the years would instantly crumble. That makes sense. Jun Changshao took out the entry form and said, you have to become a disciple first. Yi Xingqian's blood rushed to his throat. Jia Lingyao didn't say anything from beginning to end. She continued to cry because what she had just experienced was too much for her body and soul. When Jun Changshao saw this, he said, we can do it when we get back. Then, he looked at Yi Xingqian and said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and carry her. The orders of the patriarch had to be obeyed. Night Emperor came to Jia Lingyao with a straight face and picked her up reluctantly. Just from his expression alone, if there were any ignorant cultivators present, they would think that he had suffered a loss. Wait. Jun Changshao said, I'll walk around again. Yi Xingqian stood where he was with Jia Lingyao in his arms, his expression extremely ugly. However, when he felt that she was trembling and crying, and her tears soaked his clothes, he couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt. Of course. This guilt quickly disappeared. In Night Emperor's heart, she definitely had something to do with Empress Lingyao. The opportunity that she had obtained and the irrational things that she had done must have been deliberately arranged. Let's go. Before long, Jun Changshao walked over. He walked around in a circle and confirmed that there was nothing good. He could only put the stone platform and the box containing the Taisher elemental energy liquid into his spatial ring. After the three of them left, the stone room was empty except for bloodstains. After a while, the strange lines that seemed to be illuminating the surroundings gradually dimmed and the environment once again fell into endless darkness. In the hole in the ruins, Jun Changshao was the first to fly out. Yi Xingqian followed closely behind with Jia Lingyao in his arms, his expression still ugly. They were originally looking for treasure, but ended up having sex with her. This was unacceptable. Let's go. Jun Changshao said. Go. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded. Swoosh. 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 In an instant, dozens of martial artists flew over. They were wearing the same clothes and exuded a very strong aura. It was obvious that their cultivation was extraordinary. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He said coldly, "How can you leave after killing my Wu-Tang's people?" Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of martial artists flew over. From the different clothes, it could be seen that they should be from many forces. The signs of advancement just now had caused a huge commotion. The martial artists of the Heaven Spill world naturally sensed it, so they rushed over early. Moreover, many people had long coveted Jia Lingyao's sheepskin scroll and were just waiting for it. Of course. These martial artists were obviously stronger, and there was no lack of high-level truth-seeking realm cultivators. "Since you came out of the ruins, you should have already found the treasure," a sanctimonious old man said coldly. "Hand it over and you can live." "What if you don't hand it over?" Jun Changshao said with interest. "Die." The old man's answer was very straightforward. "Heh." Jun Changshao laughed. "Patriarch." Yi Xingchen let Jia Lingyao go and said with killing intent in his eyes, "I'll deal with them." The evil thoughts that controlled his mind were gone, but anger rose in his body. He urgently needed to find someone to vent his anger. "Let's finish this quickly." "Yes." Bang! Yi Xingchen took a step forward and rushed over like a cannonball. As he approached, he raised his right hand and the sky halberd appeared out of thin air. "Die, all of you!" Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Under the infusion of the true spirit force and anger, the sky halberd dragged a gorgeous light and pressed down on Wu-Tang and the martial artists of the various forces with a sweeping momentum. After breaking through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm, Yi Xingchen's combat strength had increased significantly. Not good. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The middle-aged leader of Wu-Tang was shocked. Puchi. Puchi. Wherever the light passed, the Sky Spill World martial artists were cut in half at the waist. Blood and limbs scattered all over the ground. Die. Yi Xingchen continued to wave the sky halberd, turning into the Grim Reaper and crazily harvesting lives. Dozens of powerful Sky Spill World martial artists were killed in a short time. Before they died, they probably would not have thought that they were not waiting for a rabbit but guarding a tree stump to kill a rabbit. Yi Xingchen stood in front of the pile of corpses, the anger on his face still not subsiding. This guy's anger is quite big. Jun Changshao was a little stunned. Ding! Congratulations to the host for dominating the Sky Spill world. Ding! Completion of the main mission, 2%. Damn! Goshing said in shock, that works. He had only been in this plane for less than 2 hours. How did he become the ruler of the Sky Spill world? The system guessed, the martial artists killed by Yi Xingchen should be the top experts of the Sky Spill world. That's why they met the mission requirements. That's right. The martial artists that appeared this time were all top experts in the Sky Spill world. Especially the middle-aged man. Not only was he the Hall Master of Wu-Tang, but his overall strength was also very strong. As for those sanctimonious old men, they were the upper echelons of the various top sections. Their strength could also be ranked in the pugilistic world. Unfortunately, they were all killed by the angry Yi Xingchen. Not even their names were left. Sigh. Jun Changshao said helplessly, dominating a plane really only gives 1%. God knows how long it will take to reach 100%. The system said, whether it's the previous Scarlet Hell world or the current Sky Spill world, their overall strength is far inferior to the upper realm. Perhaps the next plane is very strong. If the host dominates it, he can directly give 10% or more. Fuck. Jun Changshao said angrily, don't use your power. Chapter 1698. On the Eternal Ship. When Jun Changshao returned with Yi Xingqian, there was an uproar. Did you guys hear? Junior brother Yi went to the Sky Spill domain under orders. He didn't bring back any martial resources, but he brought back a woman. Su Xiaomua stood on a stool in the canteen and described vividly. As expected. As long as he knew something, it would definitely spread in the sect. Su Xiaomua deserved his big mouth. Who's that woman? A disciple asked. You've asked the right question. Su Xiaomua slapped his thigh and said in a low voice, as far as I know, this woman has a close relationship with junior brother Yi. The patriarch and the elders are discussing when to hold their wedding. No way. Senior brother Yi is getting married? Everyone's eyes widened. Other than eldest senior sister, Yi Xingqian was undoubtedly the most arrogant among the core disciples. He didn't even interact with female disciples. Now that he was suddenly getting married, it was unbelievable. Su Xiaomua didn't lie because Jun Changshao was discussing this matter with the sect's higher-ups in the main cabin. Everyone. What do you think? Elder Wei placed the teacup on the table and forced down the tea that was about to spurt out. In terms of relationships, there were two people that gave him a headache. One of them was Yi Xingqian, but he never expected that he would do such a thing after going to the Sky Spill domain. The younger generation would surpass the older generation. The younger generation would surpass the older generation. As for the other person that gave him a headache, it was better not to mention him. Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said, as a man, you should be responsible. I agree with their wedding. I agree too, Gong Sunho said. The others echoed and expressed that they had no objections. Okay. Jun Changshao said, pick a good day for them to get married. I object. Yi Xingqian rushed in from outside, the veins on his face bulging. Although he had done something wrong by taking the Taisher essence liquid, he didn't have to marry her. Objection overruled. Jun Changshao said, the wedding will be held in 3 days. Yi Xingqian was so angry that he stormed out of the door and locked himself in his room. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he got. The more he thought about it, the more vile he got. The female disciples lived in the cabin area. Yao Menjing walked over with fragrant dishes. Seeing that the dishes on the table were untouched, she said, Miss Jia, no matter how important the matter is, you still have to eat. Jia Lingyao leaned against the bed with her hands on her knees. There were 2 streaks of tears on her face, and her eyes were empty and lifeless, as if she had lost her soul. This was the first time this woman had met Yi Xingqian. Even with a sword at her neck, she was still able to maintain her composure. The only thing she could not accept was what had happened in the stone chamber. My innocence is gone, she raised her head, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Choking with sobs, she said, my innocence is gone. Yao Menjing fell silent. Of course, she knew how important it was for a woman to keep her chastity. Senior brother Yi is a responsible man, he will definitely take responsibility for you. Yao Menjing comforted. Creak. Suddenly, the door opened and Yi Xingqian walked in with a dark face. Senior brother Yi, get out. Oh. Yao Menjing left with the cold dishes. Clang. Just as she left, Yi Xingqian drew his sword and placed it on Jia Lingyao's neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Kill her and all will be well. Jia Lingyao's eyes were filled with hatred. You bullied me and now you want to kill me? Stop pretending. Yi Xingqian said coldly, you are Empress Lingyao. The so-called treasure and Taisher Yuan energy were all part of your plan. The sword sank a little and cut her skin, causing blood to seep out. Did it hurt? To Jia Lingyao, this pain was nothing compared to what she had experienced before. I am Jia Lingyao, not Empress Lingyao. You're still acting when you're about to die. Yi Xingqian firmly believed that this woman was Empress Lingyao. That was the only reason he had a reason to kill her. Would I have plotted for you to bully me? Would I have plotted for you to kill me repeatedly? There was no fear in Jia Lingyao's eyes, only rising hatred. Yi Xingqian was speechless. Indeed, Empress Lingyao was proficient in scheming. If she was exposed so easily, her methods would be a little clumsy. "Aren't you trying to deny what you did before by killing me?" Jia Lingyao gritted her teeth. "Fine, I won't pester you or make you responsible. I just want to leave this place." She wanted to leave. That was exactly what he wanted. Of course, Yi Xingqian couldn't make the decision. After all, this was eternal and he couldn't tear the universe apart to send her back to Sky Spill World. "Miss Jia, are you sure you want to leave?" Jun Changshao asked from the seat of honor in a cabin that resembled a hall. "Yes." Jia Lingyao nodded. After taking the pills developed by Sun Bukong, her complexion and condition were clearly much better than yesterday. This, Jun Changshao pondered for a moment and said, "All right, I'll send you back to Sky Spill World." Since she didn't want Yi Xingqian to be responsible, he couldn't force it. On the same day, Jun Changshao brought Jia Lingyao out of Eternal and landed in Sky Spill World. Before leaving, he gave her a spatial ring and said, "Miss Jia, my disciple didn't mean to offend you. I hope you can forgive him." Go Xing had a basic understanding of the situation. After controlling Tai Shi's origin force, she suddenly lost her mind. It couldn't be blamed on Yi Xingqian. After all, she had no choice at that time. Jia Lingyao's eyes were filled with hatred. "I will never forgive him." Jun Changshao was very embarrassed. He turned and flew away. The system said, "It doesn't matter if you forgive him or not. After all, Sky Spill World is just a temporary station for Yi Xingqian. After leaving this time, it will be difficult for them to meet again. Anchor. Set sail." After returning to the Eternal Ship, Jun Changshao issued an order. Swish. Swish. The 11 battleships floating outside Sky Spill World started one after another until their tails spewed out light and merged into the endless starry sky. Yi Xingqian stood in the cabin and looked through the window at the plane that was getting farther and farther away. At this moment, his emotions were extremely complicated. Especially when he recalled the scenes he saw in the stone room, he became more and more confused. Did it happen in the past or in the future? Would he really leave the sect of all times, which he trusted so much, and then, get married and have children because of that woman? Impossible. Yi Xingqian said, "It must be a lie." Sky Spill World. Jia Lingyao sat alone on a mountain peak and said hatefully, "Yi Xingqian, I will remember you." After being brought back to Eternal, she already knew that the so-called Pei Anyo was just a fake name. His real name was Yi Xingqian. "I will work hard to cultivate." Jia Lingyao said, "Then I will find you and take revenge." In the ruins. A black-robed man slowly appeared and stood in front of the collapsed stone wall. He muttered to himself, "There are many variables in the past and the future. If Jun Patriarch and his disciple can change it, then they naturally have the ability to change the upper universe. If Jun Changshao was present, he would be able to tell from the voice that this was the mysterious person he had brought back to Eternal and then mysteriously disappeared. It was him. Who was he? Chapter 1699. The matter of the Sky Spill World was over. Looking at Yi Xingqian's trip, it was a pity that he didn't bring any martial arts resources to the sect. In fact, it didn't matter, because a plane that was inferior to the upper realm would definitely not be comparable to Dao stones and immortal stones in terms of resources. Moreover, he had obtained enough first-class fire stones from the Scarlet Hell World, so the fuel could last for a long time. Of course. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. At least Yi Xingqian had entered the peak of the truth-seeking realm, greatly increasing the strength of the sect. Also, the completion rate of dominating the Sky Spill World increased from 1% to 2%, only 98% away from 100%. Sigh. Jun Changshao took a sip of tea, his face full of wrinkles. Although the main mission had no time limit, dominating a plane gave him 1%. He had to dominate at least 98 planes. Not bad. The system said, at least you didn't take your disciple to conquer them directly. Helping Wuxia restore the prestige of the royal family, dominating the Scarlet Hell world, dealing with the representative top powerhouses, and dominating the Sky Spill world. From these 2 points, it was relatively easy to complete the conditions. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, the road ahead is long. Patriarch. Li Qingyang walked into the cockpit and said, Junior brother Yi locked himself in the room and hasn't come out for 3 days. Jun Changshao said, he needs time to calm down. In the cabin. Yi Xingqian stood in front of the window and looked at the endless universe outside. His eyes were sometimes filled with pain, confusion. Jia Lingyao didn't pester him. Everything should be fine, but these days, his mind was getting more and more chaotic. He would even dream of the moment when he was looking for the treasure, of taking the Taisher essence liquid, and then, I shouldn't have let that woman live. Yi Xingqian blamed his frustration on his soft-heartedness. But in fact, after the problem happened, before the patriarch appeared, he could easily kill Jia Lingyao, but he couldn't do it. Who was to blame? It must be Go Shing's fault. Firstly, he was the patriarch of Yi Xingqian. Secondly, he had always treated the sect as his home and treated himself as his parent. Now that the children made mistakes, the adults had to bear the consequences. Please remember, this is not a scapegoat. In fact, Jun Changshao had also given him compensation, sending Jia Lingyao back to the Heaven Spill realm. He had given him a spatial ring containing 1,000,000 Dao stones, 1,000,000 immortal stones, and various pills. These martial arts resources were nothing to a sect, but to an individual, it was definitely a huge fortune. If Jia Lingyao's talent was not bad, with the help of these resources, her cultivation would definitely soar. If she was lucky, it would not be impossible for her to step into the half-step heavenly fate stage. Yi Xingqian had made a mistake. As the patriarch, Jun Changshao paid for him. Was this matter not handled beautifully? Who could find fault with this matter? A certain reader, I can. Dong dong. Xiao Ziji stood outside the door and said, Brother Yi, do you want to go to the life and death secret realm together? Phew. Yi Xingqian took a deep breath, then pushed the door open and walked out. Although it was very irritating, he still had to cultivate. He could not neglect everything because of this matter. Martial Dao. In Night Emperor's heart, it was still irreplaceable. As for marrying that woman in the projection and having children, it was all nonsense. Boom. Boom. In the life and death secret realm, Yi Xingqian vented his anger on the demonic beasts he had created. The more he fought, the crazier he became. An hour later, he stood in place, sweating profusely. Xiao Ziji handed over a towel and said, Brother Yi, are you okay? I'm fine. Yi Xingqian took the towel and put it on his head, saying, My fellow sect members know about my matter? Yes. Xiao Ziji said, They all know. Crack. Yi Xingqian clenched his fists and said angrily, Who spread it? In the cafeteria. Before it was time to eat, the disciples came early and surrounded Su Xiaoma, asking about Brother Yi. Don't worry, don't worry. Su Xiaoma said, You ask one by one, and I'll answer one by one. Brother. Li Tian squeezed through the crowd and raised his hand, saying, Did that girl and Brother Yi have sex? Good question. Su Xiaoma put one foot on the chair and said, As far as I know, Yi, boom. Boom. Just as he opened his mouth, the surrounding disciples all flew up and crashed into the wall in various positions. Then, they saw Yi Xingqian walking over, covered in anger. Gulp. Li Tian swallowed his saliva and raised his hand to hit his face. His body flew out and then fell to the ground, pretending to be unconscious. Su Xiaomua calmed down and grinned, "Brother, why did you come out?" Shua. Yi Xingqian grabbed his collar with one hand and dragged him into the battle room. Interstellar travel was long. Jun Changshao specially opened up a cabin on the battleship for the disciples to spar when they had nothing to do. Today. It came in handy. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Outside the battle room, Li Tian and the others were eavesdropping. Suddenly, they saw a head protruding from the wall. They were shocked and quickly retreated. Then, they saw various human postures appear on the wall. The scene was spectacular. Creak. After a while, the cabin door opened and Yi Xingqian walked out with a dark face. After he left, everyone hurriedly looked into the room and saw Brother Su lying on the ground in a U shape. The bumps on his head were piled up like a chain gourd. His eyes were completely narrowed. This was the result of blabbering. At the same time, it taught the other disciples a lesson. Therefore, no one talked about Night Emperor and Jia Lingyao that day. The 11 battleships flew steadily in the universe. They did not discover any new planes for half a month. Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the cockpit, was puzzled. Could it be that there are only a few planes in this area? Beep. Beep. Suddenly, there was a sound from the star map. Jun Changshao hurriedly looked and saw that the area that looked like the fog of war was gradually being explored as the battleships flew. A light spot the size of a fingernail appeared. Patriarch. Shengguan Xinyao said, "A new plane has been discovered." Jun Changshao was overjoyed. Finally, another one. However, when they were about to approach, he and his disciples gradually opened their mouths. This was because the plane that appeared in their field of vision was very big. It was at least 10 times bigger than the upper realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 11 battleships were still in a state of deceleration. Dozens of streams of light flew out from inside and stood majestically in the universe. The leader was an old man in a Taoist robe. He coldly shouted, "Who are you?" Fuck! Jun Changshao was shocked. Flying out of the plane without using any treasures or tools could only be done by someone who was half a step into the divine secret state. In other words, the dozens of people who appeared were all on par with him. The system said, if you dominate this plane, you might be able to get 10%. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. Then, he elegantly stood up from his seat and said, "I'm from the Tang dynasty of the East. I'm heading to the West to pray to Buddha and seek scriptures." Scram. Alright, goodbye. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 11 battleships swiftly turned around and quickly disappeared into the endless universe. I came and I left. Chapter 1700. Dozens of people flew out and they were not inferior to him. In order to avoid conflict, Jun Changshao led the team to turn around and leave. He explained himself, "This is not cowardice, this is steadiness." The system said, if the host knows steadiness, there will be no frivolity in the world. Jun Changshao could not be bothered with it. After flying far away from the plane, he ordered the 11 warships to stop. Leaving did not mean leaving. Just like the disciples of the sect of all times, leaving the sect did not mean betrayal or separation. It could also be a temporary departure or a temporary offline. You all wait here. Jun Changshao ordered, "I'll go and take a look alone." The plane was so much bigger than the upper realm, and the warriors that came out were so strong. He would definitely find a way to sneak in and take a look. Of course. There must be high-level resources in a high-level world. "I'll go with you," Rose of Flowers said. Since the interstellar journey, she had always been on the warship. Her life was boring. "Who will take care of the internal affairs when you're gone?" Jun Changshao said. "Patriarch." Yuan Gongzi said, "I'll take care of it." The meticulous patriarch was finally out of the world. Of course, it was not that he was forgotten, but he was responsible for the development of the pill industry, so he rarely returned to the sect. Before Rose of Flowers joined the sect, Yuan Gongzi had been taking care of the internal affairs, and the results were good. The most typical example was Hall Master Z, who would tear his clothes off at the slightest disagreement, but he had already changed his bad habit. In the entire Spirit Beast Hall, as long as the monsters could transform into human form, they all learned how to wash and sew clothes. The school uniform was valuable, but the price of the beast core was even higher. Deputy Hall Masters like Elder Nyo were reluctant to change their school uniforms even if the color was faded. This was frugality. Okay. Jun Changshao said indifferently, after going in, don't cause trouble. Rose of Flowers was speechless. I'm afraid my husband will cause trouble. This newly discovered plane was much bigger than the upper realm in terms of size, so the overall martial arts strength must be higher. With Go Xing's personality, he would definitely cause trouble, so the purpose of going there was to supervise. It had to be said. This woman understood Go Xing more and more. Crack. The bottom cabin of Eternal opened. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, the level of this plane is not low. It might be very troublesome to travel through the spatial barrier. You have to be mentally prepared. Yes. Rose of Flowers said. Jun Changshao did not waste any time and directly hugged her in his arms. Gathering his true spirit force, he turned into a ray of light and flew out. He was not taking advantage of the situation. Instead, there was some kind of pressure in the upper layer of the universe. If one was not at the half-step heavenly secret realm, they would die instantly if they were enveloped by it. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. Along the way, the crushing force madly wreaked havoc. Although it was difficult to break through the solid wall of air, the sound of friction and collision could still be heard. Rose of Flowers pressed her face against Jun Changshao's chest and smiled happily. Of course, the squeezing sound was very scary, but she wasn't afraid at all. Because as long as he was by her side, even if she had to go to hell, so what? Hold on tight. Jun Changshao said, I'm going to increase my speed. At this moment, he had already bypassed the area where the battleship was and came to the other side of the plane. Using the hidden cultivation technique to the extreme, unless the light was seen by the naked eye, it would not be detected by the spiritual sense. Rose of Flowers stretched out her hands and tightly wrapped them around his neck. Whoosh! Under the cover of the true spirit force, the two of them seemed to have turned into meteorites from outer space, dragging hot flames like dog biscuits as they fell. Buzz! From the distance, it could be seen clearly that the moment Jun Changshao touched the plane barrier, visible ripples appeared and spread out in the universe. Ka-ka. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of friction and squeezing was louder than before. Jun Changshao, who was inside, although his hair was not messy, he could feel that the plane barrier was too thick. If he wanted to rush in, he might need to spend some energy. If he was alone, he could do it without any worries. But with Rose of Flowers in his arms, the first thing he had to do was to hug her tightly and protect her with a part of his strength to prevent any accidents. Am I holding you back? Shut up. Rose of Flowers did not speak. Whoosh! Whoosh! The true spirit force erupted wildly, as if it had turned into a drill bit and drilled in. Bang! Not long after, there was an explosion. Jun Changshao held Rose of Flowers and flew through the sky under the protection of the hard enchantment. The traces left behind were no different from a meteorite falling. Boom! In the open area, the ground caved in. Whoosh whoosh! Billowing smoke rose, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. Thud! Jun Changshao walked out of the smoke and said, I used too much force and didn't stop. After saying that, he let go of Rose of Flowers and let her jump down by herself. However, the woman was still holding on to his neck and had no intention of leaving. Come down. Oh. Rows of Flowers then reluctantly jumped down. Looking at the huge pit behind her, she said, with such a big movement, they must have noticed. Jun Changshao did not care. At this moment, he closed his eyes and felt the pure heaven and earth attributes. The system said, at least 20 times stronger than the upper realm. TSK. Jun Changshao said, no wonder there are so many half-step divine secrets. In fact, entering the divine secrets relied on chance and comprehension. However, in a world with strong heaven and earth attributes, the overall cultivation of the martial artists was high, and the probability of such a level of powerhouse was naturally high. For example, in the upper realm, the number of people at the peak of the truth-seeking realm was about 3 digits. Only Gongsun Ruoli and the demon ancestor were known to be half-step. What if there were thousands or tens of thousands of people at the peak? Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Jun Changshao was feeling the heaven and earth attributes, dense and gorgeous streams of light flew over from the blue sky, and then, suspended above him, surrounding him in 3 circles. Cutting through the sky, the momentum was great. As long as one was not blind or deaf, who could not see or hear. Jun Changshao opened his eyes, and the expression on his face was a little awkward. He originally planned to sneak in, but in the end, he used too much strength to break through the space barrier, causing too much of a commotion, and was caught red-handed. Who are you? It was the old man in a Taoist robe who blocked the way outside the universe. He glared and said, how dare you trespass into the Imperial Celestial Realm? Imperial Celestial Realm? This name was quite arrogant. Everyone. Jun Changshao cupped his fists and said, I came from the Tang of the East, heading to you again. Before he could finish, the old man immediately recognized him, and the anger on his face intensified. Powerful attributes instantly burst out from his body, and his Taoist robe was about to burst. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The martial artists in the sky also released their cultivation, and the atmosphere instantly became murderous. I told you to get lost, but you sneaked in. What does this mean? That's right, you're deliberately looking for trouble. Brat. The old man in a Taoist robe said coldly, I've already given you a chance. Now that you insist on barging in, leave your body here and report to the netherworld. I'll carry you. Jun Changshao walked in front of rows of flowers to protect her, took out the immortal sword of Zenith, and said, my life, the king of hell does not dare to take. I'm very puzzled. The system ridiculed at an inappropriate time, there's also the netherworld in the high martial arts plane. Chapter 1701. Jun Changshao entered the Imperial Celestial World just to see how powerful and prosperous a bigger plane was. However, not only did they not welcome him, they even wanted to attack him. Fine. I'll play with you until the end. During this period of time, he had passed by 2 planes that were not very strong. Jun Changshao did not show off much. There were many experts here, he should be able to fight to his heart's content. Since transmigrating, Go Shing had completely integrated into the world of martial arts. His blood was filled with battle lust. If not for the restriction of his identity as the Sect master, he would have become a wanderer who challenged all the heroes in the world. You dare to show your weapon? The old man in the Taoist robe sneered. You're courting death. Humph. The middle-aged martial artist standing at the side raised his hand and took out a long spear engraved with strange patterns. He said, I'll take care of this kid. Battle pattern tiger racing spear. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Their cultivation levels were similar. If they wanted to win, they could only rely on equipment. Therefore, whoever had something good would definitely be envied. Not a bad spear. Jun Changshao commented. He had obtained many from the system store. Moreover, he had a master blacksmith like Fan Yezi. In terms of weapons, he still had some appreciation. Bah! The system said, the spearhead is glowing red. You can see it with the naked eye. Will you die if you don't fart? I just don't want to see the host pretending to be a professional here. Scram! Whoosh! While Jun Changshao and the system bickered, the middle-aged martial artist swung his spear down. Powerful attributes wrapped in layers of power burst out with a whoosh. The surrounding area was instantly stirred up. As a half-step divine secret, if the special effects of his attacks were not destructive, he would be embarrassed to greet others. Get out of the way. Jun Changshao said. These words were unnecessary because rows of flowers had already retreated, leaving enough space for him to fight. As the empress of the soul race, she had experienced countless battles. Many things did not need to be said. One look, one action, and even the atmosphere would be immediately understood. The main reason was that she had always kept a low profile in the sect of all times. She did not seem to exist. If she left Jun Changshao, she would definitely be like a different person. To put it bluntly, Rose of Flowers was willing to be a woman with little presence in front of Go Sheng. But that didn't mean that she didn't have a personality or ability. What she lacked was nothing more than an opportunity. What she lacked was nothing more than an individual plot like Yi Xingqian's to fill in and mold her. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. The power of a river that could split heaven and earth pressed down from above. Feeling the powerful energy, Jun Changxiao's eyes became even more heated. The desire to fight with the strong poured into his sea of consciousness and stimulated every nerve in his body. Come. Jun Changxiao raised his sword and said, fight. Hoo hoo. At that moment, a powerful sword aura gushed out from his body. His entire body became incomparably sharp, and his style changed from cartoonish to surreal. Don't you see that the waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens and flow into the sea? Don't you see, the bright mirror in the hall grieves with white hair, like black silk in the morning, like snow in the evening? You should enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let your golden goblet face the moon with nothing. Whoosh! After finishing Li Taibai's song, Jun Changxiao swung his immortal sword from bottom to top, bursting with a dazzling and powerful sword aura. The system muttered, sure enough, when the protagonist fights with the enemy, no matter how complicated it is, the attacking power must follow the law of pause to give him time to cast his ultimate move. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. The space was mercilessly torn apart, and the sword aura traveled for tens of thousands of miles. This sword. It was shocking. Although Jun Changxiao was usually very despicable, when he was really facing a strong opponent, he was absolutely unimaginable when he was serious. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. The dazzling sword aura rushed up like a tidal wave, shocking the strong people of the imperial celestial world. This person's weapon was extraordinary. If Jun Changxiao knew what they were thinking, he would definitely vomit blood. In order to add special effects, to add atmosphere, to add scene, I deliberately recited a poem to cast my ultimate move. In the end, it was all on the weapon. Hoo hoo. The powerful force that recovered from the law of pause seemed to have turned into a roaring dragon and blasted toward the incoming sword aura. Heaven and earth lost their color, and space collapsed. The momentum was so great that it was difficult for the artist to cry on the spot. The comic copyright is under negotiation. The joke now may come true in the future. The middle-aged man's face was very solemn. In terms of momentum, the power gathered by the battle-patterned spear of the racing tiger was not weaker than the sword aura formed by the immortal sword, but he felt that, boom. At this moment, the two forces violently collided in mid-air. The violent force and the violent sword aura surged in all directions. Wherever they passed, space was either compressed and collapsed or torn into pieces. If this strong confrontation was in the upper realm, it would definitely shock the world and be indelible. Of course. It was still shocking in the imperial celestial world. The best proof of this point was that the local strong people looked at the collapse of the collision area with disbelief gradually appearing on their faces. They knew that Jun Changshao was strong when he forcibly broke the space barrier and merged with the imperial celestial world, but when they saw him in action, they realized that this person was extraordinary. That's right, that's right. If he didn't have the ability, he wouldn't have dared to cause trouble openly. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In mid-air, the two forces were still erupting, and the sound produced was like space crying. The crowd couldn't care less about the collapse of heaven and earth and the explosion of energy. They released their spiritual senses and merged it with them until they saw Jun Changshao standing in front of the middle-aged man with a 3-foot-long sword on his neck. Their expressions were all stiff. Especially, the battle-pattern spear of the racing tiger was broken. Sorry. Jun Changshao's hair was not messed up, and his tone was calm. Your weapon is good, but it's still not mature enough. The middle-aged man's face was filled with anger, but his eyes were filled with frustration. As someone who experienced it, in the short collision just now, he could feel that his power was dissolved, allowing the opponent to approach and break his weapon in an instant. Thank you. Thank you for not killing me. Although the middle-aged martial artist didn't want to admit it, in fact, if this young man wanted to kill him, he would have been dead by now. Clang! Jun Changshao sheathed his sword and cupped his fists. Thank you for letting me win. His move was earth-shattering, and he ended it with ease. It was simply impeccable. The faces of the experts were very ugly. Li Yanchang, who was quite famous in the imperial celestial world, was defeated in a single blow. Even his treasured battle-pattern tiger spear was cut in half. An expert. An absolute expert. The old man in a Taoist robe and the others became vigilant. Everyone. Jun Changshao landed lightly in mid-air, holding the ultimate immortal sword in front of him. He casually put his hands on the hilt and said, I'm passing by this treasure place and only want to stay for the night. I have no ill intentions. Please make an exception. Just now, he didn't go too far. Now, he was polite in his speech and behavior. No one could find fault with him. You have a deep understanding of swordsmanship. A man in black landed, holding a heavy giant sword in front of him, and said, I'd like to learn from you. Sword demon, Gong Baiyu. When did he come? He must have felt the burst of sword energy just now. Interesting. The martial artists of the imperial celestial world whispered. Jun Changshao was depressed. He liked to fight, but a fight was enough. If he fought endlessly with the martial artists here, how could he travel to this plane that was more powerful than the upper realm? Sure. Jun Changshao said, the loser will give the prize. If you really want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. But with so many special effects, you must make up for it with materials. This was the rule of the Jianghu. Chapter 1702. Jun Changshao was not willing to fight all the time since fighting was physically and spiritually exhausting. He would be more than willing to pay more. There was a saying that money could make a dog grind millstones. It was true. Of course, Jun Changshao was not trying to cheat money. Since someone wanted to spar with him, shouldn't he charge them some money? What's the wager? Gong Baiyu asked. Whoever loses will pay. I don't have money. Judging from the way he addressed Gong Baiyu as sword demon, he must be like Zhou Hong, obsessed with swordsmanship. He must not have much money. You can give me martial arts resources if you don't have money. Jun Changshao regarded money as dirt and spiritual stones as treasures. A powerhouse snorted. So you're saying that we Imperial Realm martial artists will definitely lose if we fight with you? Of course not. Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out 100,000 immortal stones from his space ring. This is my wager. Whoever wins will take it. Go Xing rarely took out his immortal stones except for giving Jia Lingyao 1,000,000 immortal stones. It seemed that he really wanted to be a sparring partner today. Humph. That powerhouse said disdainfully, you have the nerve to use this second-class spiritual stone as a wager. Jun Changshao was speechless, but he was overjoyed inside. The highest grade immortal stones in the upper world were only second class here. That meant there were still first class, supreme class, saint class, and divine class. The system said, you think too much. Okay. Jun Changshao raised his sword and said, this sword will belong to the one who defeats me. After defeating Li Yanchang, all the martial artists had their eyes on the ultimate immortal sword, so he decided to use it as a wager. Sure enough. Everyone's eyes lit up. The war-pattern tiger spear was one of the top weapons in the imperial realm, but it was easily broken. It meant that his weapon was of a very high level. If he had it, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. For these powerhouses, the temptation of martial arts resources was far less than that of treasures and equipment. Are you sure? Gong Baiyu asked. Others only wanted the body of the ultimate immortal sword, but he wanted the soul. I'm sure. Jun Changshao said seriously. However, he hurriedly added, Sir, please take out a prize of equal value to this sword. If I take the divine artifact and you take the brick, that won't work. Gong Baiyu fell into a short silence, then casually tossed over a spatial ring and said, there are millions of spiritual stones inside. If you can beat me, it's yours. Sword cultivators did not need such martial arts resources, so they had to slowly accumulate them over thousands of years. Wait. Jun Changxiao's spiritual senses entered the space ring. Just as he approached the mountain of spirit stones, he immediately felt an extremely strong heaven and earth attribute. It smells so good. It's several dozen times stronger than immortal stones, how could it not be fragrant? Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. With such powerful martial arts resources, if the disciples were to absorb them, the speed of their breakthroughs would definitely be greatly increased. Here. I came to the right place. All right. Let's begin. Jun Changxiao lowered his head. When he looked up again, he had already tied the headscarf with the words, the strongest sparring partner in history, engraved on it. All the martial artists were speechless. The system roared, the serious wind that was brewed with great difficulty has been turned into a sand sculpture wind by this guy again. Wind. Wind whistled. Two people stood in the open field. They were about 30 meters away from each other. They did not speak, and the atmosphere was particularly cold and harsh. Aha! A martial artist yawned. The other martial artists were either trimming their nails or sitting together and chatting. Under such a serious background, they were so casual. Jun Changxiao and Gong Baiyu had been standing in the open field for 4 hours, but they still did not make a move. Back then, a martial artist recalled the past and said, Master asked me whether I should practice martial arts or sword arts. I decisively chose martial arts because a battle between sword cultivators was too damn boring. Sigh. Someone said, if I had known, I would have challenged him first. Sword cultivators do not compete with spiritual energy. The old man in the Taoist robe said in a low voice, if I'm not wrong, their sword wills should have fought hundreds of rounds in the air. Everyone became serious. Phew. Phew. Intermittent snoring came. Jun Changxiao's head slowly fell down, and there were bubbles at the tip of his nose. The martial artists of the Imperial Celestial Realm lined up neatly and roared, he's asleep. Clang. At this moment, Gong Baiyu patted the body of the sword with one hand. With a buzz, the huge sword was unsheathed, and an extremely heavy aura spread out in an instant. Thud. He strode forward and put his palms on the hilt of the sword, saying, a heavy sword without a sharp edge. Great craftsmanship is useless. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the dust under his feet flew up, and the space behind him quickly twisted into a vortex. Heavy sword aura erupted from the vortex and gradually enveloped the heavy sword. It looked extremely magnificent. Swords were mainly sharp. However, the sword move that Gong Baiyu performed revealed a steady aura, as if it was not a sword, but a saber that could destroy the world. Whoosh! The huge sword with heavy aura shot out. Because it was close to the ground, it immediately rolled up the grass and the dust. Looking from afar, it covered the sky and the sun. He made a move. This aura. As expected of the sword devil. Everyone was amazed. However, when they looked at Jun Changshao, they found that he was still lowering his head, and the expression on his face became interesting. Brother! Are you here to fight or to sleep? Whoosh! Whoosh! The huge sword shot out, and a deep and long trench appeared on the ground where it passed. Jun Changshao was still sleepy, but when the violent and heavy sword tip pressed down, he instantly woke up. The supreme celestial sword that was inserted under his feet was placed in front of him, and his eyes were filled with a rare seriousness and solemnity. Ding! At the same time, the sword tip of the huge sword and the celestial sword collided violently, and dazzling electric sparks erupted. Thump! 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 The powerful impact forced Jun Changshao to step back, but his serious eyes flashed with excitement, and the blood in his body seemed to be burning. This guy. He is much stronger than the previous one. Clang! He suddenly waved the supreme celestial sword, and the huge sword flew out together with it. Zzz. Jun Changshao supported himself with one hand on the ground, and his body slid back dozens of feet due to inertia. After he stabilized himself, he suddenly exerted force in his legs, and his whole body suddenly rushed forward. The whole process was like a flying dragon. Start and stop, right like a thunderstorm. Swish swish. Jun Changshao rushed to the front of Gong Baiyu and leaped into the air, shouting, "Sword! 10,000 swords become one." Hoo hoo. The moment Jun Changshao grabbed the sword hilt, his body was quickly enveloped by the sword qi, turning into a white light that could penetrate the heavens and the earth. Attack! Attack! It was done smoothly in one go. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the area where Gong Baiyu was standing was filled with howling winds and dust. When everything calmed down, Jun Changshao was standing 10 feet behind him with the utmost perfection celestial sword still in his hand. The warriors of the Imperial Celestial Realm were dumbfounded. The whole process seemed to take a long time to describe, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. It's too fast. I didn't see it clearly at all. At this moment, the sharp eyes of the crowd noticed that a few strands of hair in front of Gong Baiyu's forehead fell off. They saw him smile bitterly and said, "I lost. You let me win." Jun Changshao kept his sword with a calm expression. As for the space ring that Gong Baiyu gave in advance, he naturally accepted it with a clear conscience. Swish! As soon as the battle ended, a burly middle-aged man landed, took out something like a flower ring, and said, "This is the best soul ring of the Imperial Celestial Realm, worth 1,000,000 first-class spirit stones. Can I use it as a prize?" Jun Changshao was speechless. The thing that the other party took out looked good, but compared to a first-class spirit stone. Wait! Why is that woman in a daze? Husband! Rose of Flowers said emotionally, "The aura of this soul ring is the same as the soul power of the Soul Clan." Chapter 1703. As soon as Gong Baiyu was dealt with, someone couldn't wait to jump out. However, the prize he took out was not a spirit stone, but a flower wreath with complicated patterns carved on it. This thing was not attractive to Jun Changshao, but it was attractive to Rose of Flowers, because the aura it emitted was exactly the same as soul power, or even more majestic and pure. In that case, Jun Changshao said, I'll help you win it. Thank you. Rose of Flowers actually didn't care about this so-called soul ring. What she cared about was why the upper universe had the same attributes as the soul race. Especially when that guy mentioned the soul mastery realm after taking it out, could it be related to the soul race? Jun Changshao also thought of it. He secretly said, there are other planes in this starry sky. One was called the Imperial Sky Realm, and the other was the Soul Mastery Realm. Since the names were so similar, they shouldn't be too far apart. What? Seeing that he didn't say anything and didn't plan to fight, the burly man said with a cold face, you don't like this thing of mine? Jun Changshao said, I'm just curious, since this is the Imperial Sky Realm, why do you have something from the Soul Mastery Realm? Humph, the burly man snorted coldly, my Imperial Sky Realm and the Soul Mastery Realm fight on the independent battlefield all year round, it's natural to have something from them. Independent battlefield? Jun Changshao muttered in his heart, is it similar to the plain battlefield? Kid! The burly man shouted, are you going to fight or not? Fight! Then hurry up and come out, my fists are already thirsty for blood. No weapons. My fists are enough to crush you. Alright, for the sake of fairness, I won't use weapons either. Jun Changshao put the utmost perfection immortal sword into his space ring and then stepped out. Hong Tianyo has immersed himself in the art of body forging for many years, his body is strong, his fists can break mountains and rivers, fighting with him barehanded is tantamount to suicide. A Imperial Sky Realm martial artist said. The others shook their heads. In their opinion, Jun Changshao only relied on his weapon to win 2 consecutive rounds. Now that he took the initiative to take back his weapon, there was absolutely no hope of winning if he challenged his opponent barehanded. Friends. One of the experts said indifferently, I advise you to use your weapon. This was not a kind reminder. If he lost to Hong Tianyo, he would not have the chance to get the sword. I've always fought fair and square. I've never taken advantage of others, Jun Changshao said. Ha ha ha. Hong Tianyo laughed and said, it's been a long time since I met someone who dared to fight with me barehanded. Come on. We must fight to our heart's content today. Please. Jun Changshao stopped and cupped his fists. Boom. Hong Tianyo's right fist suddenly waved in the void, smashing out a visible fist print. He was like a ferocious tiger pouncing over. This was pure physical strength. Although the movements were not small, the special effects and the degree of brilliance were far inferior to that of martial artists who released their spiritual energy. Jun Changshao didn't dare to underestimate him. He took half a step back. His hands waved in the void, instantly forming a solid boundary. From the looks of it, it was similar to the wall of air condensed by the martial king. However, it contained an extremely majestic heaven and earth attribute and profound meaning. Its defensive power was 108,000 times stronger. Boom! The fist condensed from pure physical strength smashed onto the barrier. A violent force surged out and fiercely lifted the surrounding ground. However, Jun Changshao did not move at all. Hong Tianyo's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Then, he excitedly punched out a few more times. The stronger Jun Changshao's barrier was, the more his blood boiled. He was especially looking forward to the sound of it breaking. That would be wonderful. Boom! 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 Several incomparably powerful fist prints came one after another. As the power spread, the nearby ground continued to sink, gradually turning into a deep and long pit. Everyone frowned. With Hong Tianyo's simple and violent attack, if they were to take it head-on, the result would definitely not be optimistic. I'll talk. Suddenly, a voice was heard, did you not eat enough? Everyone looked through the dust and found that the guy was still standing inside the barrier. Although there were obvious traces of bombardment on the surface, there was no substantial damage at all. Unbelievable. Could this barrier be a treasure? Sorry. If it wasn't a treasure, then it was a barrier. They all thought that Jun Changshao was able to win 2 matches in a row because he relied on the supreme immortal sword. Little did they know that he was still very strong even without the support of his weapon. Damn it! Hong Tianyo was furious. Ah! With a loud roar, the clothes on his upper body instantly burst apart, revealing his strong muscles. Then, he suddenly patted his body with both hands and said, "Savage God's power, add all of your strength to my body." He actually used his trump card. Everyone was stunned. He had only thrown a few punches, yet he had already used his trump card. Wasn't he being a little too hasty? In fact, Hong Tianyo knew in his heart that his previous attacks on the barrier were like hitting cotton. Therefore, if he wanted to break it, he could only use his trump card. Who? Hong Tianyo's hands were still stuck to the ground. His body slowly arched, as if he was sprinting in a 100-meter race. Then, he breathed in large mouthfuls of air. Jun Changshao was speechless. This action, this air. No matter how one looked at it, it was like a crazy wild bull. It's a pity that Xing Chen didn't come along. Otherwise, the two of them would definitely have a common topic. Jun Changshao thought to himself. Roar! At this moment, Hong Tianyo seemed to have finished accumulating power. He let out a roar similar to a bull. Then, he exerted force in his legs and instantly rushed over like a cannonball. Hoo! Violent energy spread all over his body and quickly solidified. His entire person seemed to have turned into a huge bull beast. Damn! Jun Changshao said, "It's indeed a bull." Ta. Hong Tianyo transformed into a bull. His running speed had increased, and the terrifying brute force had also been greatly enhanced. Before anyone could be surprised, the huge bull beast had already slammed into the barrier. Then, an extremely crisp cracking sound could be heard. It was broken. That guy was unlucky. Not to mention the backlash caused by the breaking of the barrier, the impact of the bull beast alone was difficult to bear. Heaven crossing palm print. At this moment, a shout came from above. Everyone looked up and saw that Jun Changshao was already floating in the air. His hands quickly formed seals, and one after another, palms started to fall down. The number increased from 1 to 2, to 3, until there were dozens of palms in total. At that moment, everyone's vision was full of palms and seals. Boom. Boom. The palms fell, shaking the earth and mountains. Sure enough, the higher the realm, the stronger the power. Rows of Flowers said. She also practiced the heaven-crossing palm print on a daily basis, but compared to her husband, it was not worth mentioning. The difference came from the realm. The violent and frequent bombardment caused the ground to shake violently, forcing several deep and long cracks to appear in the surroundings. It was like a naturally formed canyon cliff. Puff! Hong Tianyo, who was lying in the pit of the palms, spat out blood and then raised his soul ring with difficulty. He lost. He was willing to admit defeat. Swish! Jun Changshao took it and threw it to Rows of Flowers. When the latter reached out and caught it, the engraved patterns on the soul ring suddenly shone brightly, and a fluorescent light slowly wrapped around her body. Seeing this, the powerhouses of the Imperial Celestial World exclaimed in unison, "This woman is from the Imperial Celestial clan." Chapter 1704. The reward for completing the mission, the heaven-crossing palm print, was taken from Gu Tianqing. Every disciple of the sect of all times had a copy, and everyone cultivated it. However, in order to unleash the power of this martial technique, one needed the support of a high realm. For example, Jun Changshao, after breaking through to the half-step heavenly secret realm, his use of the heaven-crossing palm print had reached perfection. It was no problem for him to create dozens of palm prints with a wave of his hand. On the other hand, Li Qingyang and the others were only at the truth-seeking realm and were limited by the energy in their dantian. Although the power they could unleash was extraordinary, there were still limitations. The heaven-crossing palm print was a fierce martial art, and the strength of the palm print was determined by the strength of one's realm. Jun Changshao used it to deal with a warrior with high defense like Hong Tianyo. Even a god wouldn't be able to withstand it, so in the end, he was slapped to the ground and spat out blood. "I've lost. Take the soul ring." This was a spoil of war that Hong Tianyo obtained from killing a spirit mastery expert in the independent battlefield. Although the material and quality were good, he couldn't use it at all. Naturally, he wouldn't feel bad about using it as a prize. In fact, if Rose of Flowers didn't like it, Jun Changshao wouldn't have allowed the other party to use it as a prize, because he couldn't use it either. Non-spirit mastery warriors couldn't use soul rings, so they were at most decorations. However, others couldn't use it, but Rose of Flowers could. Just by touching the soul ring, her body was surrounded by fluorescent light. Pure soul power surged into her body, and her blood and soul were instantly sublimated. Under the halo, she was even more beautiful. Jun Changshao wasn't in the mood to admire this woman's appearance. Instead, he stared at the warriors in the distance, because after they shouted out "Spirit Mastery Race," their eyes were filled with hostility. The Imperial Sky World and the Spirit Mastery World had a feud and had fought for tens of thousands of years. Now that the Spirit Mastery Race was in their home, they definitely couldn't tolerate it. Who? Killing intent filled the air, and the atmosphere was somber. Swish! Jun Changshao hurriedly flew over and stood in front of Rose of Flowers, who was comprehending soul power. He said coldly, "What do you want?" "Brat!" The Taoist-robed elder said angrily, "No wonder you dare to trespass into my imperial heaven realm. So you are a spy sent by the imperial soul realm." The fact that Rose of Flowers could activate her soul rings made them certain that she was from the Spirit Mastery clan, so Jun Changshao was inevitably implicated. "Kill this woman. How dare you come to the imperial celestial realm?" As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The experts present all glared at each other. Although the atmosphere of the previous 3 battles was solemn, it was still harmonious overall. However, the current situation was filled with killing intent. "Kill her." Jun Changshao said, "Who dares?" The expression on his face did not change, and his tone was very calm. "This guy is getting serious." The system understood Go Shin quite well. When he was not sad, not happy, not proud, not impatient, not servile, not overbearing, and when he was a man of few words, he would enter a super serious state. Along the way, such situations had occurred before. For example, he had bombarded the extreme coldness palace for his eldest disciple. For his eldest disciple, strange. The system was puzzled. Every time the host enters a super serious state, why is it always related to women? Li Qingyang, Yi Xingqian, and the other male disciples did not receive such treatment at all. Let me give you a piece of advice. Jun Changshao took out the utmost perfection immortal sword and placed it in front of him. He said coldly, "Don't do anything stupid." Ka ka. Light gathered around him and condensed into a great holy set. With so many half-step divine secrets, if they really fought, it would be difficult to deal with them. Therefore, he could not hide his various trump cards. Whoosh! Behind him, Rose of Flowers was still surrounded by fluorescent light. Her appearance was even more beautiful, and her temperament was even more refined. The two of them were only half a step apart. Facing so many top experts, if Li Tiantian was here, he would have taken a photo long ago. The old man in the Taoist robe shouted coldly, "The Imperial Celestial Realm and the Spirit Mastery Realm have a feud. We will not allow enemies to tarnish our home. Since you are not from the Spirit Mastery race, please leave quickly." Jun Changxiao's strength was obvious to all in the battle just now. Naturally, they were not willing to clash with him. Sorry. Jun Changxiao said, although I am not from the spirit mastery race, I am their son-in-law. So direct? The system was a little surprised. The powerhouse from the Imperial Celestial Realm frowned, because the other party's meaning was obvious. He was husband and wife with that woman. What should they do? Should they fight or not? Just as they were in a dilemma, the fluorescent light around rows of flowers gradually disappeared. She took a step forward and stopped behind Jun Changxiao. She smiled and said, "How do you know I am from the spirit mastery race? It's so obvious. I can think of it with my toes." Jun Changxiao looked annoyed on the surface, but in fact, he was releasing his spiritual sense to see if there were any changes in her. It seemed, nothing had changed. Rows of Flowers said, "I have obtained a lot of pure soul power from the soul ring. Breaking through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm is just around the corner. And I want to go to the spirit mastery realm." Jun Changxiao turned his head and looked at the powerhouse from the Imperial Celestial Realm. "After dealing with these people, I will take you there." Rows of Flowers said, "Do you need my help?" "There are so many people, of course." Jun Changxiao was not as shameless as before. Now that there were too many strong enemies, he would definitely not refuse to provide combat strength for himself. Rows of Flowers leaned her face against his back. When her body gradually blurred, the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. From the cold treatment at the beginning, to the duplicity in the future, to the half-hearted refusal now, didn't it prove that he was slowly accepting her? People. Things would change. There was nothing more than fast and slow. After nearly 2,000 chapters, there was finally Yi Xingqian who was wholeheartedly devoted to the sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rows of flowers merged into his body, and the grassland green attribute enveloped him. Fusion of two souls. The powerhouse from the Imperial Celestial Realm had fought with the Spirit Mastery race for so long that he knew their abilities like the back of his hand. Shwa! Right at this moment, Jun Changxiao waved his hand, and the green attribute gathered around him entered his body. His eyebrows and eyes had already turned dark green. Why didn't his hair change? Because, he was wearing a wig. Pfft. Just as Gongsun Junrose finished her transformation, someone on the opposite side could not help but laugh. It's actually a green soul. I've fought with the Spirit Mastery race on the battlefield for hundreds of years. I've seen blue soul, black soul, but I've never seen green soul. The Spirit Mastery realm has a rule that low-level green soul clansmen are not allowed to enter the battlefield. Everyone looked at Jun Changxiao whose entire body was glowing green, and their eyes were filled with disdain. To be able to follow this guy, they thought that the woman's strength was extraordinary. In the end, she was just a green soul. In the Spirit Mastery realm, she would probably have the life of a servant. Although Jun Changxiao did not understand much, he could see the sarcasm in their expressions. Anger surged in his heart, and he said in a mixed male and female voice, "You guys won't be able to laugh soon." Clang! The ultimate immortal sword was unsheathed, and sword chi quickly spread out. At the same time, he leaped up and hung in midair. Whoosh whoosh! The sharp sword chi spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, stones, soil, and branches floated up, and then were enveloped by the sword light and flew over. Whoosh! 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 After a while, the dense sword chi gathered behind Jun Changxiao, and the scene was spectacular. This, Gong Baiyu's eyes widened. The sharp sword chi spreading in the air was several times stronger than before. "All of you, cry!" Jun Changxiao shouted, and the surrounding sword chi instantly gathered together, turning into a giant sword that was like a mountain peak, and pressed down on the group of Spirit Mastery realm experts who had gathered together and whose smiles had frozen. Chapter 1705. Jun Changshao had just used the first move of 10,000 swords in one in the battle with Gong Baiyu, but that was just an appetizer. Now, he had to use the second move of all things as swords to be the appetizer. Whoosh! The giant sword as big as a mountain smashed down. At that moment, heaven and earth were overshadowed, and mountains and rivers collapsed into nothingness. The special effect was so shocking. The warriors from the Imperial Celestial Realm who were mocking Su Ke didn't cry, but their eyes were full of fear. Their scalps were about to explode when they felt the unrestrained sword momentum. They thought that Jun Changshao defeated Gong Baiyu with the help of weapons. In fact, even without weapons, he still had martial arts techniques. As his cultivation level got higher and higher, many martial arts techniques were not eliminated. Instead, they were revived, such as the 10,000 swords in one. Of course. Jun Changshao also had some regrets. He had started to practice this sword technique in the mortal world. He had mastered the first two moves, but he still couldn't figure out the third move. If I were a sword, there would be no sword in the world. The name alone sounded very domineering. Whoosh! Whoosh! The giant sword pressed down slowly, and its momentum increased instead of decreasing. Normally, the warriors from the Imperial Celestial Realm could take the opportunity to dodge, but they all stood still, as if they were too scared to do anything. It was not that they didn't want to dodge, but that the giant sword was extremely oppressive and disturbed the surrounding space system. Even if they tried to escape, it would be useless. Guys! The old man in the Taoist robe shouted, "Let's fight together." Okay. In an instant, the dozens of people who were shrouded by the giant sword decided to stick together. Then they released their cultivation and condensed a solid defensive boundary in the air. Traceless Great Tao. The old man in the Taoist robe waved his right hand, and something like a horsetail whisk flew out of his sleeve. Buzz! The space shook, and a huge word, Tao, appeared, releasing billowing Tao intent into the defensive boundary, which made it look much tougher. This was a defensive treasure, which was as powerful as the spear of the racing tiger. Golden Sun Ming Tian. Wind Flame Jade Tripod. Seeing the old man in the Taoist robe use his trump card, the other warriors didn't hold back and activated their treasures and weapons. In a short time, in the path that the giant sword had to pass through, a substantial barrier was formed. Colorful supreme treasures were suspended in the surroundings, forming an indestructible line of defense. Dozens of half-step experts from the Imperial Celestial Realm were fighting against one person. They were prepared to face a formidable enemy and used all their trump cards. Give me face. Humph. Lord Rose raised her hand as if she was the ruler of all living things. She said, "How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon?" Press. Hoo. The giant sword carried a power that could shake the heavens and the earth, and it pressed toward the defensive line formed by the enchantment and all kinds of treasures. Its momentum was so great that it forced the deep pit to gradually expand, and the surrounding ground was torn apart by the impact. No matter what the outcome of this battle was, the damage caused to the environment by his strength and sword aura was irreparable. The system couldn't help but complain, is it because the manga is about to be changed, so they added some battle scenes to forcefully change the silly style into a hot-blooded style? Boom! It was at this moment that the giant sword, which carried a terrifying might, smashed against the enchantment enchanted by various treasures and powers. The space cracked, and the earth trembled. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom! A moment later, the horsetail whisk called the Traceless Great Tao couldn't bear the burden and shattered into starlight on the spot. The old man in the Taoist robe didn't have time to feel sorry for the treasures because the counterforce shook his blood and mind. He was instantly sent flying while vomiting blood. Boom! The Traceless Great Tao shattered, which led to a chain reaction. The treasures and weapons of many experts also shattered. Those who possessed them all vomited blood and flew out in a gorgeous posture. The defensive enchantment could have held on for a while, but with so many people flying out, it was difficult to stabilize it in time. So, boom. Puff 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 puff. The defensive enchantment was mercilessly crushed, and all the warriors present were sent flying out. At the same time, the giant sword didn't reduce its power and smashed heavily on the ground. When the second boom came out, the entire area was filled with billowing dust. The deep pit nearby continued to expand, and it had already developed from a cliff to a canyon. The camera turned to the universe and the ancient fleet. After Yi Xingqian finished his cultivation, he stood in front of the window thoughtfully. What happened in the sky spill world had happened a long time ago, but it was still unforgettable, especially when he couldn't help but recall what happened in the stone chamber. The worst thing was, he couldn't remember the important scenes no matter how hard he tried. He even secretly cursed himself. Did he do it or not? Suddenly, Yi Xingqian noticed visible ripples surging from the imperial celestial world that looked like a light spot far away outside the window. At this time, the giant sword just happened to fall. This meant that the movement caused by Jun Changxiao's sword could not only be seen in the plane, but also in the universe. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. Damn! In the cafeteria, the disciples gathered around the windows and watched the ripples of sword intent spread. They all widened their eyes and said, "What's going on? Get out of the way, get out of the way." Su Xiaomua said, "Let me see." This guy was beaten up by Yi Xingqian. Although he didn't suffer any internal injuries, the bumps and bruises on his head had not disappeared. He squeezed through the crowd and looked very funny. Coincidentally, Zhou Hong was also eating in the cafeteria. He neatly arranged his chopsticks on the bowl and closed his eyes to feel everything around him. When he touched the ripples of sword intent that was already very weak, he said, "It's Patriarch." "It can't be." Su Xiaomua said, "You can even see through this." The camera returned to the imperial celestial world and the battlefield. The dust gradually dispersed, leaving behind traces of tear in the air as if the sky had been split open. The most shocking thing was the ground. The giant sword directly smashed a bottomless trench, which was no different from a canyon. Dozens of powerhouses lay scattered on both sides of the deep trench. Although their lives were saved, their faces were all pale and their bodies were weak. Without exception, they were all injured. Thud. Lord Rose landed in front of the old man in the Taoist robe and said, "I told you not to do anything stupid. You." The old man in the Taoist robe was more seriously injured. Jun Changxiao raised his hand, picked him up in the air, and put him around his neck. He said, "This is also considered as a sparring partner. You have to pay the commission, otherwise." He paused and said, "You will all die." Go Sheng. Of course. Jun Changxiao added, "You are all top powerhouses in the imperial celestial world. If you all die, how can the others compete with the soul mastery world?" Here, the old man in the Taoist robe wanted to be tough, but after hearing what he said, he immediately chose to compromise. Because it was true. Jun Changxiao was submissive when it came to relationships, but when it came to extortion, he would definitely hit hard. Of course. It was not much. It was all according to the 1,000,000 spiritual stones that Gong Baiyu had given them earlier. If he could take out a sword cultivator, he could naturally take out a group of martial cultivators who were half a step away from the Tianji realm. There were 50 people present. 1,000,000 spiritual stones per person, that was 50 million spiritual stones. Not bad. Looking at the mountain of resources in the space ring, Jun Changxiao smiled and then walked to Hung Tianyo and said, "Where is the independent battlefield? Can we enter the soul mastery world?" Chapter 1706. There was a barren land in the imperial celestial world, known as the desolate wilderness. A long time ago, this area was suddenly shrouded in black light, which lasted for a few years and gradually formed a space vortex that led to other areas. At first, many powerhouses thought that this was the birth of a treasure, so they went in to explore. In the end, they encountered the spirit mastery race, and both sides started a long battle. This was defined as a war between the two races by later generations. As for the other end of the space link, it was called the independent battlefield. It was better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Why couldn't the two planes sit together and chat peacefully? The reason was simple. Although the environment in the independent battlefield was harsh, it nurtured a huge amount of martial arts resources, such as first-class spirit stones. That was right. Most of the resources that Jun Changshao obtained from Gong Baiyu and the others came from the independent battlefield. What about the other small part? The story started from the imperial celestial world. Although this plane was big, its heaven and earth attributes were not strong in the past. It was not until the appearance of the space vortex that the majestic spiritual energy that emerged from inside began to slowly increase. The imperial celestial world's attributes were at its current level because of the independent battlefield. Moreover, after countless years, the majestic spiritual energy merged into the ground and began to gather in the spirit stone veins, which were then mined one after another, and another small part was created. The spirit stones produced by the planes were of different quality, and the quantity was very scarce, so if one wanted to obtain more of higher quality, they had to go to the independent battlefield, so there were people entering almost every moment. It was strange that these two planes had been fighting and mining at the same time, but the veins were still not completely dug out, giving people the feeling that they were inexhaustible. Resources. Martial artists valued them the most. How could the imperial celestial world and the imperial spirit world give it up? If you don't give it up, I won't give it up. If you want more, I want more. Then there was no other way, they could only choose by fighting. After Jun Changshao learned about the independent battlefield from Gong Baiyu, he took the rows of flowers all the way to the desolate wilderness, and asked in surprise, "Is it that magical?" He did not care how many years the two planes had been fighting, nor how many people had died. What he cared about was that the independent battlefield could actually supply spiritual energy endlessly, and there were majestic veins inside. The upper realm did not have such treatment. Even his own sect did not have such treatment. The system said, "The world is so big, nothing is too strange. There's no need for the host to be surprised." Jun Changshao rubbed his hands and said, "This so-called independent battlefield does not belong to the imperial heaven realm, nor does it belong to the imperial soul realm. I can go in and look for the mines." First-grade fire stone's attribute was relatively simple and was very suitable to be used as fuel. First-grade spirit stones were stronger than upper-realm celestial stones and were extremely suitable for cultivation. Naturally, he hoped to have more of them. AI. The system sighed, "The independent battlefield is going to be in trouble." On the way, Rose of Flowers did not speak. She did not care about the battlefield, nor did she care about the mine. What she cared about was that the spirit mastery race and the spiritlings were of the same origin. Did that mean that the ancestors had moved out from the soul mastery realm? Also, did the blue soul and black soul mentioned by the cultivators of the imperial celestial realm represent the purity of the bloodline? Thinking of this, Rose of Flowers' face gradually became worried. They called themselves green souls. They said that they were inferior clansmen. Jun Changshao saw that Rose of Flowers' expression was strange and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm wondering if I should go to the soul control realm." "Do you still need to think?" "Of course you have to go." In Jun Changshao's opinion, the spirit mastery race must be related to the spiritlings. Even a soul ring could help, so she definitely had to go to this plane. Maybe she could awaken some bloodline. "I'm afraid." Rose of Flowers paused for a moment and said, "I'll be discriminated against when I go in." The cultivators of the imperial celestial realm mocked her because of her green soul. If she went to the spirit mastery realm, she would probably be hit hard. As long as you can become stronger, you don't have to care about other people's opinions. We'll talk about it later. I just took over the Iron Bone and only had one disciple under me. Didn't I slowly stand up in the midst of ridicule and contempt? When Jun Changshao brought Lu Qianqian to Qingyang City at the beginning of the game, he was indeed despised by his peers. However, he was thick-skinned and did not take it seriously at all. It's impossible for a person to have a smooth life. When you encounter a problem, you should face it head-on. Rose of Flowers muttered in her heart, "Why are you talking so much?" Of course. Jun Changshao said, "If anyone dares to discriminate against you, I'll help you kill them." Rose of Flowers stopped. She looked at the back that gave her a sense of security and warmth rose in her heart. Then, she brushed the hair on her forehead and smiled sweetly. "Thank you. Don't misunderstand." Jun Changshao's expression turned from stern to cold. He said, "I'm helping you because of the sect." Rose of Flowers muttered in her heart, "When is he going to escape?" "Don't be in a daze." Jun Changshao said, "Let's go." Oh. In order to avoid spreading dog food and causing mental damage to a certain reader, the two did not talk much on the way. It was not until 2 hours later that they finally arrived at the barren desolate wilderness and saw the dark vortex hanging in the sky from afar. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, Jun Changshao and Rose of Flowers flew over. Because the vortex led to the independent battlefield, there was a medium-sized fortress nearby. Anyone who wanted to enter had to report. "Who's there?" On the sentry tower, a warrior saw 2 streams of light flying over and hurriedly shouted at the top of his voice. "Sutra seekers from Tang of the East." Tang of the East? The guards looked at each other. Obviously, they had never heard of it. Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Changshao flew over with Rose of Flowers. He had no intention of entering the fortress at all. If it was before, he might have wanted to experience the local customs of this plane. Now, he focused on the independent battlefield and the spiritual stone vein. Oh no! They're going to break into the fortress. Hurry up and stop them. Hurry up and stop them. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, warriors in armor like soldiers flew out of the fortress and tried to stop the 2 strangers who were rushing over. "Get out!" Jun Changshao waved his hands and the sky-crossing palm appeared and directly slapped hundreds of soldiers out of the way. Boom! Boom! The palm pressed down on the empty ground, leaving a 5-finger-deep pit. Seeing this, the soldiers in the fortress who were not attacked were so shocked that their hair stood on end. This man. He's too strong. Jun Changshao intended to enter the independent battlefield without any killing intent. Otherwise, not to mention the soldiers in the way, even the fortress would be destroyed. After breaking through the layers of defense, the vortex was close at hand. "Let's go." Jun Changshao grabbed Rose of Flowers and held her in his arms. His feet turned into jets, bursting with hot light, and then rushed into the dark vortex at an extremely fast speed. The whole process happened in a flash. When the soldiers who were knocked out stood up, the two had completely merged into the vortex. Damn it! Who's that guy? There are words in the palm pits. A soldier exclaimed. Everyone looked down and saw the word handsome carved in the 5-finger-deep pits. They roared in their hearts, that guy must be bored. Chapter 1707. Imperial Celestial World and Soul Mastery World both had dark vortexes, and the place they were connected to was an independent battlefield. Strictly speaking, this was actually a plane, with majestic heaven and earth attributes and perfect heaven and earth order, and its level was even higher than the 2 major planes. However, there was one thing that was very strange. Martial artists could freely adjust the attributes and use martial arts here, but they could not absorb and refine them. The Imperial Celestial World and Soul Mastery World had been studying it, but they could not find the reason. If the problem of not being able to absorb heaven and earth attributes was solved, the war between the two races would definitely escalate, from snatching resources to snatching planes. There were resources and attributes. Who wouldn't want to take such a good place for themselves? Not to mention them, even Jun Changshao felt the heaven and earth attributes stronger than those of the Imperial Celestial World when he flew in. He sighed. The upper realm can't compare at all, it's not even qualified to carry shoes. Unfortunately, his spiritual senses spread out for thousands of miles, but it was all wilderness, and the environment was worrying. It's not a big problem. Jun Changshao said to himself, it can be transplanted to make it green. The host doesn't plan to travel the stars, but to settle down here. I'm just thinking about it. The independent battlefield was good, but Jun Changshao would not stay. There were only two purposes for coming here, one was to find the spirit stone vein, and the other was to see if he could use this place to enter the soul mastery world. In fact, the Imperial Celestial World and the Soul Mastery World only had similar names, and they were not neighbors. They were closely connected because of the battlefield. Husband. Rose of Flowers said, what should we do? What else can we do? Jun Changshao shrugged his shoulders and flew into the sky with her in his arms. Of course we're running. It turned out that the two entered the independent battlefield from the dark vortex, and the area they were in happened to be the stronghold built by the Imperial Celestial World. Not only were there a large number of martial artists stationed there, but according to the rules, newcomers had to hand in their permission tokens. What are you waiting for? Hand it over. A large group of martial artists surrounded the two, and the atmosphere was tense. Here. Jun Changshao threw out a piece of paper. The martial artist in charge of the review took it and saw the word handsome on it, and was stunned. When he came to his senses, there was the scene of Go Sheng flying out of the stronghold with rows of flowers in his arms. Chase after him. Don't let them escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, tens of thousands of martial artists emerged from the stronghold. The momentum and commotion were really quite big. Seeing them charging over, Jun Changshao broke down and said, is this necessary? There were clear rules in the Imperial Celestial Realm that one had to report to enter the independent station and obtain approval. Anyone who barged in would definitely be taken care of. However, Go Sheng's current strength might not be considered much in the upper universe, but when it came to running away, his 1.3-meter-long legs were definitely not for show. Swish! He went all out and his speed soared. In just an instant, all the warriors of the Imperial Celestial Realm were stunned in midair because Go Sheng had already disappeared. He was so fast that they couldn't even see his tail lights. They could only crazily suck in the fumes that had yet to dissipate. They should be glad that Brother Go's heart wasn't in killing. Otherwise, once Brother Go's blade was drawn, they would all be sent to meet the King of Hell. Swish! A stream of light flashed through the sky. The speed of the car was so fast that it left people speechless. Ga. After a while, Jun Changshao stopped in a relatively safe area and said proudly, chasing me? Too young. Husband. Rose of Flowers, who was lying in his arms, raised her head. Her eyes were shining as she said, your hair fell off. Jun Changshao touched his head and found that the magically modified wig was gone. He broke down and said, it must have been blown off by the wind because I was flying too fast. Next time, I must use superglue to fix it. Ha ha ha. The system couldn't help but laugh. After flying for a while, he became bald. This scene was too funny. No. Jun Changshao turned around and said, I have to go back and look for it. The system said, it's not expensive, and there are no purchase restrictions. Why do you need it? You know nothing. Jun Changshao said, it's a kind of feeling. The system was speechless. Don't find excuses for your stinginess. Swish. Jun Changshao carried rows of flowers back the way he came. His spiritual senses spread around, looking for the magically modified wig that was blown off. Speaking of which, he could have put her down and looked for her again. Why did he have a habit of not letting go since he entered the Imperial Heaven realm? Found it. After walking for a distance, Jun Changxiao's spiritual senses captured the magically modified wig that fell on the ground. So he swooped down and was about to raise his hand to grab it, boom. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Roar! A huge mouth rushed out of the soil. Not only did it eat the sand, but it also swallowed the wig into its stomach. Jun Changxiao stopped abruptly and said sadly, "My wig." Crack! Crack! The demon beast that seemed to have only one mouth chewed happily. It felt that the taste was not right, so it spat it out again. Seeing that his wig was covered in saliva and there was even a pungent smell, Jun Changxiao's ears stood up, his eyes widened, and he roared, "I'm going to kill you." Swish! Rows of flowers was thrown out. Swish! Dosheng angrily carried the RPG rocket launcher on his shoulder and crazily pulled the trigger at the big-mouth beast. Bang! 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 For a time, the artillery fire filled the sky with great momentum. The system roared, "Is it worth wasting so many artillery shells for 1,000 contribution points wig?" Although the RPG rocket launcher rarely appeared, as long as it was charged with high-level crystal cores and spirit stones, its power was still quite strong. In a short while, it blasted a huge pit into the ground. However, if the artillery shells were converted into resources, it would be at least a few million profound stones. Now that the contribution points were worthless, it would be stupid to bombard the big-mouth beast for a wig. Swish! After the bombardment, Jun Changxiao put away the rocket launcher, held the green dragon crescent blade in his left hand and the immortal sword in his right hand, and rushed into the billowing dust, intending to tear that guy into pieces. Crazy! The system collapsed, the host is crazy. Damn it! Jun Changxiao rushed in and found that although the ground had been blasted into a huge pit, there was still a hole, which proved that the big-mouth beast had already burrowed into the ground and escaped. Ah! He shouted, "You can't run away." After saying that, he jumped into the hole and chased after it. As for the magic-modified wig that represented feelings, it had already turned into nothingness in the bombardment just now. The hole was very deep and very dark. Jun Changxiao, who was in a fit of anger, did not care about anything and chased after it. The killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. However, after walking for a short distance, the tunnel had obviously narrowed. This meant that the big-mouth beast should have shrunk its body, thus increasing its speed of escape. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. Jun Changxiao waved his blade and sword, digging a path while chasing after it. Ding! 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 Because there were a lot of ores buried underground, the collision of weapons not only caused a crisp sound, but also brought about sparks. Soon, Jun Changxiao rushed into a place similar to a cave and saw the big-mouth beast curled up at the edge with nowhere to escape. "You fucking run!" Just as he finished speaking, Go Shen was stunned. Because the walls around the cave were inlaid with many spirit stones that covered half of the surface, and because of the environment, they emitted a gorgeous light. Aya! Damn! Chapter 1708. Whoosh! On the independent battlefield, a stream of light suddenly rose up, as if it had pierced through heaven and earth. In the Imperial Celestial Realm stronghold, the powerhouses who had failed to catch up with Jun Changxiao and returned dejectedly saw this, and their eyes lit up. The mineral vein has appeared. Gather, everyone gather. In an instant, the stronghold became lively and restless. Then, tens of thousands of martial artists flew out in unison, heading toward the light that had pierced through heaven and earth. The light soared into the sky, and the mineral vein appeared. This was the experience summarized by the powerhouses of the Imperial Celestial Realm, and it had never been wrong. Therefore, when they rushed over this time, everyone had already prepared elixirs and sharpened their weapons, ready to fight the Spirit Mastery race. Elder Lin. One of the powerhouses said, "This stream of light is huge, the mineral vein is probably not small." "That's right." The old man called Elder Lin nodded and said, "At least a large mineral vein." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. A large mineral vein contains at least a few billion spirit stones. If the Imperial Celestial Realm occupied and mined it, it would definitely be an unimaginable amount of money. Everyone. Elder Lin said seriously as he flew, "The stream of light is closer to the stronghold of the Imperial Celestial Realm. When we arrive, set up a defense line, and never allow the Spirit Mastery race to rush in." "Okay." Whoosh! 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 Soon, tens of thousands of martial artists led by Elder Lin walked to the periphery of the stream of light, and then quickly pulled apart the defense line. Hundreds of array masters even found a place to work together to set up various defensive arrays. The appearance of the stream of light indicated the birth of the mineral vein, but it would take some time, so the only thing the Imperial Celestial Realm could do was to set up a formation to prevent the Spirit Mastery race from seizing it. East, set up. West, set up. One after another, people reported the situation of the defense line. From the extremely nimble movements, it was obvious that they had experienced a lot. Strange. A martial artist who set up the formation in the north stood in front of the scorched black pit and wondered, "Why is there a pit? Why is there a hole? Senior son, is it not done yet?" "Soon, soon." That person did not bother about the pit, but chose to go around it. He skillfully inserted array flags and linked them together with the array masters nearby, forming an array system that covered an extremely wide range. It would only take 15 minutes. The originally ordinary and desolate land was now covered by all kinds of formations, turning into an indestructible military fortress. The Imperial Celestial Realm did not let down their guard. They began to arrange personnel to take up the necessary positions. The people of the Imperial Soul Realm had yet to arrive, but the atmosphere was already tense. Swish! Swish! All of a sudden, streams of light flew over from afar. There were so many of them that they looked like a swarm of locusts. "He's here." Elder Lin's expression was grave. The tens of thousands of warriors of the Imperial Celestial Realm did the same, but no one was afraid, and no one retreated. Those that dared to enter the independent battlefield all hoped to obtain spirit stones. Now that a large mine was about to appear, even if they died in battle, they wouldn't give it up. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dense streams of light stopped outside the defensive array formation. When the light scattered, tall and sturdy martial artists appeared. From their appearances, they looked extremely similar to the Spiritas, especially their eyes that shined with a strange luster. That was right. This was the Spirit Mastery tribe. There were many women who came this time. Although they were not necessarily beautiful, their aura was very similar to that of rows of flowers. In summary, the Spirit Mastery tribe was related to the Spiritas. Jun Changshao just described himself as the son-in-law of the Spirit Mastery tribe. These people were either his brothers-in-law, or sisters-in-law. The leader of the coarse middle-aged men sneered. The Imperial Celestial Realm came quite quickly. "Heh." Elder Lin said with a fake smile, "Compared to 2 years ago, you're still a little lacking." 2 years ago, a medium-sized mine appeared near the stronghold of the Imperial Soul Realm. When the people of the Imperial Celestial Realm rushed over, the defense line was already 800 miles away. "In my opinion," the coarse middle-aged man said, our races have been fighting for the mine for years. It's too damaging. Why don't we negotiate peacefully? Bah! An expert said coldly, the Imperial Celestial Realm occupied the best position in advance, and the Imperial Soul Realm started to negotiate. Do you have any shame? Besides, why didn't you negotiate when the mine appeared 2 years ago? All right. The coarse middle-aged man shrugged and said, since the Imperial Celestial Realm doesn't want to negotiate, the Imperial Soul Realm can only use force. To be honest, he really didn't want to bring people over. After all, the other party occupied the best position and set up a heavy defense line. They would definitely suffer heavy losses if they fought. Come on. The expert of the Imperial Celestial Realm said, who's afraid of who? TSK, the coarse middle-aged man snorted. He didn't bring his subordinates to attack immediately. He stood quietly outside the defense line. The martial artists of the Imperial Celestial Realm also didn't plan to attack. They had to fight, but they had to wait until the flowing light disappeared. Because only then would the mine be completely unearthed. Otherwise, if there were any accidents, the ground would be affected, and it was very likely that all their efforts would be in vain. The total number of martial artists of the two planes had exceeded 100,000. They were in a stalemate, and the killing intent was getting stronger. Unsurprisingly. After the mine appeared, this place would become a cruel slaughterhouse. Killing for resources, dying for resources. This was the most common scene in the martial arts world. It was also the law of nature that best reflected the law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest. Time passed slowly. Once it was gone, it would never return. Whoosh! 2 days later, the flowing light that pierced through heaven and earth came to an abrupt stop. This area first regained its usual peace, and then it was shrouded in intense killing intent and hostility. Kill! Kill! Tens of thousands of martial artists of the Imperial Soul Realm roared angrily and rushed toward the defensive formation like a flood of beasts. The flowing light disappeared, and the mine appeared. They had to break through the layers of defense as soon as possible. Fight! Elder Lin shouted. Hum! Hum! The 4 connected formations in the north, south, east, and west began to operate. Layers of barriers quickly condensed, and the defensive strength increased by several times. A fierce battle was about to take place. Boom! However, before the experts of the Imperial Soul Realm could rush over, the defensive system of the northern region suddenly suffered a violent internal impact, and a huge gap immediately appeared. What's the situation? Elder Lin shouted. The Imperial Soul Realm was about to attack. If the defensive line suddenly collapsed, it would definitely affect the other systems, and thus become a Tofudreg's project. Elder Lin. A powerhouse exclaimed, someone rushed out. Needless to say, Elder Lin also saw it. That was an extremely fast-flowing light. After breaking through the defensive line of the northern formation, it quickly disappeared into the sky. Elder Lin's spiritual sense barely managed to keep up with the speed of the car. Seeing that it was the man and woman who broke into the stronghold earlier, he said in shock, "Why are they inside?" Boom! Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and it quickly collapsed and caved in. The surrounding formations were quickly destroyed as the carriers twisted and changed. Then, they stopped operating, and the barriers were quickly extinguished like candles. Boom! Boom! The ground shook for a long time, and the dust it stirred up covered the sky. The experts of the Imperial Soul Realm were all dumbfounded. We haven't even started to break the formation. How did it disintegrate from the inside? The heavens are helping me. The coarse middle-aged man shouted, "Charge in with all your might. Kill! Kill!" The ground stopped shaking. The dust in the sky completely dissipated. The murderous aura that gathered in the air disappeared without a trace. This was because the experts of the Imperial Soul Realm and the Imperial Soul Realm didn't fight. They hung in the air in a friendly manner, and each of them was dumbfounded. Below, everything was clearly visible. There was a very, very deep pit. It looked very much like a mine, but there was nothing inside. There wasn't even the slightest bit of heaven and earth attribute that was so dense that it would explode after the birth of a mine. There were more than 100,000 martial artists in the two planes. At this moment, they all had question marks on their faces. Where was the mine? Where were the spirit stones? Could it have been taken away by a dog? Chapter 1709. That's right. The warriors from the two realms guessed correctly. The spirit stone vein that was revealed after the collapse was indeed taken away by the dog, and there was nothing left. As a matter of fact, Jun Changshao was definitely related to the sudden rise of the light and the appearance of the mineral vein. It was because the large-mouthed beast had accidentally broken through the spirit vein's barrier while it was being chased. That was why the light had soared into the sky. This was fate. Then there was a problem. The vein was triggered by Jun Changshao chasing the big-mouthed beast. Was it wrong to take away all the spirit stones inside? Damn it! How can there be no spirit stones? The powerhouses from the two realms stood in the air. Their expressions were very interesting. According to past practice, as long as there was a natural phenomenon, there would definitely be a vein. In fact, this was indeed the case, but there was only an empty vein left. After confirming that there were no spirit stones, the rough middle-aged man said angrily, "Let's go, let's go." Whoosh! Whoosh! Tens of thousands of Imperial Soul Realm warriors flew away. The Imperial Soul Realm did not stop them. They hesitated in the empty vein for a while and left dejectedly. The two realms were fighting for the vein, but there was nothing in the end, so naturally they would not fight. In this way, Jun Changshao not only obtained a large number of spirit stones, but also resolved a battle and saved countless lives. It could be said that his merit was boundless. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. On a bare mountain peak, Go Shing covered his face and laughed like a dog. Because he did not wear a wig, his head looked particularly shiny. Laughing so happily, he must have gained a lot. Although the mining process was not described in detail, in fact, a large vein was dug and billions of first-grade spirit stones were obtained, as well as a spirit stone's mother. Speaking of spirit stone's mothers, they had to talk about mystical stones and Dao stone's mothers. Before Jun Changshao left the upper realm, he brought both kinds of materials that could be bred on the ship, mainly because he was worried that they would be stolen in the sect. Dog's hit system. After laughing, Jun Changshao raised his head and chest and said, "Do you think it's worth it or not?" The system was silent. Just now, for a magically modified wig, he crazily bombarded the big-mouthed beast. It had complained before, but in the end, he unexpectedly obtained a vein. Sure enough, the professional was slapped in the face, but never surpassed. TSK, it's just luck. I don't believe the host can find another vein. Thank you. Jun Changshao was instantly excited. With the poison healer in action, they might be able to find another one. Although he had placed all his disciples on the battleship and started the era of space travel, he still had to develop the sect and make them stronger. Therefore, the more martial arts resources he had, the better. What is this little guy? Jun Changshao stretched out his left hand. There was a caterpillar in his palm. This was the big-mouthed beast that had fled in a panic. Due to the shock, its body had shrunk to the size of a peanut. At this moment, the little guy was shivering. It was mainly because he had eaten Go Shing's wig. He was traumatized by the bombardment. Jun Changshao picked it up and said, "You should have spiritual intelligence and can understand human language. I'll count to 3 to introduce yourself, otherwise, I'm the guardian beast." Without waiting for him to finish, the little fellow took the initiative to confess. His awareness was quite high. Yes. Protect the spirit vein. Oh. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Could it be that this was the reason why he was able to find the mineral vein so easily? However, such a cowardly fellow actually knew how to protect the spirit vein. This was simply nonsense. The guardian beast said, "My other duty is to eat spirit stones." Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes, and said, "In my opinion, you are only responsible for eating, not protecting." As if hit the nail on the head, the little guy was speechless. Jun Changxiao asked, "Can you find the spirit vein?" No. Seeing that the human's eyes had suddenly become incomparably cold, the guardian beast hurriedly said, "Yes, I can find it." Very good. Jun Changxiao put him back into his palm, used his index finger to tease him, and said, "Relax your mind and sign a contract with me." Huh? The little guy was dumbfounded. Don't waste time. All right. The guardian beast was really scared. It immediately relaxed its mind and established a contract with him. At this point, Jun Changxiao's beast library had another member. Although it was destined to be a bystander in the future and not even have a camera, the main point was that it could be used now. Fuck. The system said, "Am I going to be slapped in the face again?" Heaven-defying good luck would not come repeatedly. Now that he had a guardian spirit beast that could search for spirit veins, it would be much easier. For 30 years, the professional poison healer had never been surpassed. Are there any spirit stone veins nearby? I don't think so. If there is, then there is. If there isn't, then there isn't. Why does it seem so? The little guy said weakly, "Only within 100 feet of me can I detect the aura of the spirit vein." Jun Changxiao picked it up again, and said, "Then what do I need you for?" The area of the independent battlefield was definitely not small, and the spirit stone vein was located deep underground. It could only be seen within 100 feet, so it was completely useless. "Master." The guardian beast said, "The stronger I am, the greater the range of my prying." How do you become stronger? Eat spirit stones. I haven't found the ore yet, so I have to raise you first. Yes. Bye-bye. Jun Changxiao flicked his finger, and the little guy immediately flew out. Night. In a cave in the wilderness. After rows of flowers ate the prepared food, she looked at Jun Changxiao, who was thinking about something, with a sweet smile on her face. In the sect of all times, she would turn into a virtuous wife who handled internal affairs. Now that she was in the outside world, there were no higher-ups or disciples, so she naturally enjoyed this kind of two-person world. Especially. Her husband's brain was so bright. Schwa. After thinking for a while, Jun Changxiao took out a spirit stone and said, "Eat." During the day, he had walked hundreds of thousands of miles around the battlefield and confirmed that this place was extremely vast, but he did not find any spirit stone veins at all. He still had to go to the soul mastery realm and did not have time to search thoroughly, so he could only pin his hopes on the guardian beast that could become stronger by eating spirit stones. "Thank you, master." The little guy did not stand on ceremony. Its body expanded slightly and opened its mouth to swallow the spirit stone. It felt like it did not even chew. Finished eating. Finished eating. The expression on Jun Changxiao's face was wonderful. Even if he was using cheats, it would take time to absorb spirit stones. This guy finished it in one bite. It was a bit too exaggerated. This was normal. Special beasts naturally had special abilities. Has your strength increased? No. Clang. The immortal sword was unsheathed and placed under its mouth. The little guy stammered, "Moss. Master, one spirit stone can't bring me too much energy." Then how much do you need? At least 100,000. Bam. The little guy hit the stone wall and then slid down. Jun Changshao roared, "Your appetite is so big, eat shit." If he wanted to make the guardian beast stronger, 1 or 10 was definitely not enough. He had to increase his appetite. Sigh. After thinking for a night, Jun Changshao still took out a few hundred spirit stones and said, "Hurry up and eat them to make me stronger." The two of them had already established a contractual relationship, so this guy would definitely not lie to him. In order to find more spirit veins as soon as possible, he had to take a gamble. Munch, munch. The guardian beast opened its mouth and swallowed without hesitation. Jun Changshao watched with pain in his flesh, teeth, and nerve endings. However, another problem had appeared. Although the guardian beast ate spirit stones quickly, it could only eat 10,000 a day. If it continued to eat, it would not absorb any energy. Fuck. Jun Changshao picked it up and roared, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Husband. Rose of Flowers said, "Since it can only eat 10,000 a day, why don't you bring it to the spacetime secret realm?" Jun Changshao said happily, "That's right. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.